Okay, we're going. We are going. What am I gonna work on today? So this stupid fucking area thing that I was working on last stream, I've worked on it a bit off stream as well. And it is so much, it is so fucking complicated. 3D space is too goddamn much. It's too much. Who created the third dimension? I'd like to have a word with them. I would like to have a word with them. They didn't do it right. If I did it, it would be better. every engineer ever, the first time they look at a system, including myself, the number of times I've thought that. I should know better by now. You know what I mean? I should know better by now. And I do. I always say that tongue in cheek. Get out of here. Ugh, my own voice. Gross. Gross. We're right. Oh, there's a new little button thing. There's a new little button thing. Pop fans? What is that? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Hello, Strong Case, hello, welcome in. Freebird, hello. Third, how about we add a fourth dimension of the game? Now you're crossing the line, pal. Enough of that demon worship. But yeah, the fucking area that I was trying to build, like I'm trying to like make a player built like zone or area, and like I was just thinking through it off stream. Like I kind of ended the stream, what was it, 2 days ago, working on it. I'm like, dude, this is actually so much more complicated than I thought it was gonna be. Like creating like a surface area, a player like placed surface area, like there's just so many fucking edge cases, man. And when you had, like, if I just had a height map terrain, it would be so easy. If it was just 2D, it would be so easy. But because it's 3D, and because I have underground caves, it is so fucking hard. And I'm gonna have to handle scenarios where it's like the player has built a multi-level house or something, and they want to put an area on the first, like a storage area on the first floor, and then another one on the second floor. Those are two different areas, right? And then I had to make the decision of like, well, what if the player wants to connect those areas? You know, what if you essentially have to build, you like to get like the perfect solution, you'd have to like build a fucking nav mesh. You would have to like build a nav mesh. There's no way to automate it a bit more. Hey, you know what you're doing by the automated is now a banned word. There is no way to automate it a bit more. So I have done more work on it, and like it's working a lot better now. And I'll show it here in a sec. I'll show it here in a second. Oh, let me get my stuff set up here. It's working a lot better now, but like there's still edge cases, and it's just like, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? Every solution I've come up with like has some kind of drawback. Be it complexity or something else, you know? Tasty Wasty, hello, welcome in. So here's what I have so far, and I've made it snap to the grid as well, so you can have like, this is like the grid snap mode. I've got the area that it actually is in. And another thing, so this is working. Now if I go to this side, this would look weird, and the reason is because I was just treating like the player like camera trace location as like the bottom, right? So, you know, I placed it on like this one or something, right? But then it's like I ended up having to do a line trace down from each corner of this box to find the lowest point on the terrain, which is that one. And then I realized that the same case happens in the up case. So I had to do 4 more line traces upwards to see if I've hit a ceiling. If I have hit a ceiling, then I need to trace down from there to find the highest point on the box. And so that's just the, and then here's the smooth version. So it's like, yeah, this is kind of nice, right? This is working nice-ish. Hi, Prawns, hello. Welcome in. But here, let me show you the, this already happened, okay. Nice. Nice. I was supposed to actually look at that a little bit closer, but ignoring that for now. So first of all, the decal, I don't even know if I should be using a decal here. Because like, the Unreal Engine does not have a built-in way to like decal mask. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can either receive decals or not. It can't selectively, it can't pick which ones it receives unless you build like a system for that, which sounds like a pain. So I would have to turn off decals on these trees and stuff. And I would like to be able to like, you know, put like a, you know, if a fireball impacts it or if it catches on fire, like I want to like make it like charred. You can draw like some charred decals on it or something, right? I would like to have that solution. But here, let me show you one of the edge cases. I guess I could just jump all the way down this hill to like show you the edge case. That was, okay, well, let me look at this real quick. So, what entity am I on right now? 100? I mean, it did happen right there. That seems like it was in a different frame, though. Yeah, that happened completely different timing. Okay, skip that for now. We'll look closer at that later. But here's the edge case. Look at this. Like, is that what you would want as the player? I don't think so. I don't think that's what you would want. If you placed this area, I think you just want everything on the surface, right? But it's also, it goes to all the underground things too. It's like, how do you isolate that? How do you isolate this underground stuff? It's like, okay, you could, like I said, you effectively have to build like a nav mesh. You have to like mesh this. And I think what's good is that I've come up with the upper bounds, and it would work with, well, I haven't tested it, but theoretically it would work with like drawing a surface in here. Because I do trace upwards, and if I hit something, I'm like, okay, that's the max it can be, right? Saying, how do you even prevent that from happening? Yeah, I mean, I think you need to do like a nav mesh. I think you have to build a nav mesh. And there was a while ago, a long while ago, where I was trying to do like a room calculator. I just kind of took a quick stab at a room calculator, and in a 2D space, so easy. So easy to solve that problem, right? You can just walk the edges, you know, you just have the tiles, especially if it's tile based. You can just, you know, you can just walk the tiles or something, you know, and that can define the area of a room. And so when a pawn walks into that room, you can be like, oh, this room is like, you know, beautiful, so they get some bonus or some shit, you know. But for 3D, where it's not grid based and things can be free placed, like you effectively have to build a nav mesh. And so I kind of stopped. I put that aside, but I think it's going to end up being the same solution. I need to essentially project a nav mesh down. And so I think what I'm going to have to end up doing is, once I've gotten the effective max on this box, I think I'm going to have to just do a ton of fucking line traces down and start connecting the dots and build like a mesh out of it, like a nav mesh or something. Justin Murphy, welcome in. What's up, man? Got a question for you. I've always been writing code, enterprise software, for about 15 years. Where do you recommend people to get started in game dev? I don't really have a recommendation. I just jumped in. Yeah, I don't really have anything specific to give you. I didn't follow tutorials or anything. I wanted to do procedural generation, so that's where I started. I don't think I would recommend starting there. That was kind of rough. But yeah, you know, figure out a project that you want to work on, something you're motivated for. I mean, I'm sure if you've been writing code for 15 years, you know how to learn new things pretty well. So yeah, I mean, probably the same way that you learned how to write all the code that you write. Same way I did with coding. Yeah, just jump in, right? Just jump in, dive in, pick an engine, you know, come up with a project that you want, not a project that you want to work on, you know. Look into some engines, you know, Unreal Engine, Unity, Godot. Those are like kind of the big ones right now, the most popular ones, I think. You know, look into their capabilities, what they're good for, what they're not good for, and then, you know, pick one and then get running. Figure out what you want in a game engine. But anyways, yeah, this fucking problem. This fucking problem. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to, like, and if I'm gonna do that, if I'm gonna do that, I'm wondering if that's just gonna lead me to rewrite the Unreal Engine nav mesh. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I wonder if there's some way I could override the nav mesh to do, like, because you can't have multiple nav meshes, right? Also, one should check if their GPU can handle it. Well, you'll figure that out by downloading the engine. That's an easy thing to figure out. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. We're trying to figure out player-placed zones and areas, which are kind of stupid because of this reason. This is stupid. This is all stupid. I hate it. And I think I have to build like a fucking nav mesh. I have to build a fucking nav mesh. I remember me, Twitch follow bot. Yes, I remember you. Welcome back. So I may have to look into like how to what's a good way to build like a nav mesh, because I haven't looked into building nav mesh technologies, right? Like I'm wondering, like, should I use like the built-in detour nav mesh that exists under the recast nav mesh? Like, that's the underlying implementation. It would be nice to just like reuse this and just be like, hey, make a separate nav mesh in here with separate settings. And then I guess I would need some way to like exclude this. And I guess that's kind of the problem. So I guess that's kind of the problem. But I need to build out like a little surface mesh, which is kind of a problem. I wonder if this is the kind of thing that AI can like get me started on. I kind of feel like it might be. Do I want to work on that today? You're building your own game? Yeah, I mean, you've been in here before. How would you not know that? Yes, I'm building my own game. Yes, this is my game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what we're going to go for, with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. And so here's the procedural world map. Let's do a new seed. And 294, 295. What exactly is a nav mesh? Like a system that meshes the terrain with an image. So nav mesh, it's like navigation mesh, and I'll show you what it looks like here. But it's a way to cache. It effectively caches the terrain shape, or just any walkable shape. And it has a bunch of settings on it for like what agent you're going to move around, and it's for AI pathfinding. And so we'll start to see it generate here. So all these little green tiles, it's kind of hard to see probably, but they're the dark green tiles. Like, this is the nav mesh building. Oh, that's a little easier to see, but there's the nav mesh getting built. And, you know, if we look at the nav mesh, it creates like a bunch of tiles and stuff like that. We'll draw triangle edges here too. So like, this is what the nav mesh looks like. And it follows the topology of whatever, you know, whatever it's on. And I have a dynamic nav mesh, because like the player can place things in the world, and like you see how the nav mesh goes around like the trees and stuff. How is this happening so much now? That's kind of crazy. But it goes around the trees so that things don't try to walk through trees and stuff like that. And then if I were to like place this foundation and build it, it should rebuild the nav mesh. Oh my god, I didn't realize how fucking often this happens. But yeah, so they put the nav mesh on top of that, so now like, and if I were to do like a set of stairs here. Okay, well it should have ran the nav mesh up here, so I'll have to look at the settings a little bit to make sure they're small enough to capture that. But, and then that way the agents can, or the AI can run up the stairs and stuff. Dinkarado, what's up? Welcome in. With what language? C++ or C#? It's Unreal Engine, so that'll be C++. But yeah, here's a new seed. We got a nice tall mountain over there. Let's go run over there and check that out. Just curious. Just curious. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do something similar with the areas. And oh no, and then the player can deform the terrain. Or like they can destroy the building that the area is on. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be the most annoying system ever. Look at this nice mountain, dude. That mountain's very nice. Nice and thick. Nice and thick. Oh my god, I almost fell. Oh, I did fall. Oh, I did fall. Ripro, what's up? Welcome in. What are you making? Like, what's the concept? So it's going to be RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. And we kind of have all of that, like, proof of concepted a little bit, but we're working on like tying it together. I'm working on some of the Colony Sim systems. Like, here's a colonist, but it's going to be like, you know, picture like something like vanilla WoW minus the MMO part. But, you know, just like lots of classes, lots of abilities, lots of talents to pick from. A roguelite, so like, you know, every few levels you'll get like a random set of abilities to pick from, and you can like create like a build as you level up through the world. And it is the level up sound in WoW. I'm borrowing a lot of the assets. I'm repossessing them. They've been repoed. So it'll be Colony Sim as well. So something like RimWorld, I'm very heavily inspired by. RimWorld's one of my favorite games of all time. And so you can build out a colony, you place buildings, you need to maintain your colonists' like mood, and like, you know, you need to make sure they have comfortable rooms to sleep in, you know, and they each have different jobs or priorities that they can go do, and they have different skill sets. They have different personalities and stuff like that, and they have all these little quirks, and all this random shit happens, like your base gets attacked, you got to build defenses for your base, people die, people get married, they lose their wives, their husbands, you know, a lot of it's like kind of janky, but it's like the randomness just creates chaos that's like really fun. And so that's what I'm going for, and procedural terrain, of course. Do I have a Discord? No, I do not. I think you're on the right track using nav mesh. You need like a nav mesh type filter when marking areas. I did think about that, but the problem is like I don't have the nav mesh on like these slopes and stuff, you know? So if I could have the nav mesh everywhere, I think I could just put a nav modifier volume on it, you know? But I like that volume, if I'm recalling correctly, is also a square, or it's a box, 3D box, and so it would have the same issue of like capturing the caves underground when the player didn't intend to capture that. So it's like there's just like all these. I think I have to build a custom solution basically to solve the areas. And so like what I've been working on is thinking about the Colony Sim side of things a little bit more. Because these green guys are colonists that you'll be able to like recruit and stuff. And I'm just kind of like randomly spawning stuff right now. This isn't like what it'll finally be or anything, but like, so the player can like place an area, and this will be for like multiple things. So I could like place this area, you know, place that. So here's the area. And the trees should not, you know, the trees shouldn't be like marked like that. Like it shouldn't take the area, but you could place an area, and this could be like, you know, you could say chop trees in this area, right? Or you could say dig the terrain in this area. And it can also be for like storing things, or it could be for like, oh, for the animal handler, you know, keep the animals in this area, you know? Or it could be maybe just for the colonists themselves, like, hey, just stay within this is your allowed area to stay in. Or maybe it's an area that you want them to stay out of for whatever reason. So these areas are going to be kind of important, but they come with all sorts of fucking problems. And an example of that is, you know, maybe something like this. You know, if you as a player did this for your area, what would you expect? You know, what would you expect the area to look like, you know? Is it that? I don't think that's what I would expect. I would probably not want it to have this underground area at all, actually. I would think I would only want it on the upper surface, but there's just all these fucking like edge cases. If I was only doing 2D, the area would be so easy. It would be so fucking easy. If I was doing 3D with no caves, it would be easy. But then you also have to think about, like, if a player builds a building and it's like has multiple levels on the building, like if you start the area up top and then go below, do you want it to include both levels accidentally? You know, I don't know. It's like you have to think about these things. It's kind of a difficult problem. So that's what I've been thinking about. What is more fun to you, building software or game? Oh, game for sure, 100%. What about using a dynamic mesh instead of a decal? That way it doesn't protect above or underneath. Well, I mean, that's kind of what a nav mesh is, although a dynamic mesh would be very heavy-handed. That would be a very heavy-handed approach to the nav mesh. Like, I just need data. Like, I don't actually need it to be a mesh. Like a nav mesh isn't actually a mesh. It's just like a collection of tiles and triangles, right? Which is what I would want. PC, console, or both? Probably just PC, but I do think about console a little bit, but pretty far down the road for that. And what kind of beasts? And do you have and if you do a cave system, put stones around them and make it look right. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do with a lot. Like, these are all like placeholder assets and stuff like that, so none of this is final. What about sphere-shaped areas? Yeah, another thing. I want the player to build a radial area as well. Like in Valheim, crafter areas. What do you mean by crafter area? What is crafter area in Valheim? I've played Valheim. I don't remember anything about a crafter, or unless you're just talking about the circle around a craft bench. Is that what you're talking about? I don't want to put any restrictions on the player as to where they can build things. I always kind of hated when games did that. It's like, oh, you have to build a craft bench if you want to, like, place any fucking building down. Make it a PS5 and PC exclusive. Xbox sucked. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Just for you, I'll do that. Yeah. It's kind of wishful thinking at this point to get it released at all. So tell me that again in 5 years, and then maybe I'll meet your demands. Yeah, craft bench. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. I get what you're talking about. Yeah, and Valheim has the benefit of only doing a height mapped based terrain. So they don't have like any cool caves like I have. They don't have any cool little landmarks like this. Or like some big globby caves. So they don't have overhangs on the terrain. So it's a lot easier for them, right? They can just make a big sphere and they don't have to worry about anything, right? And they're not using that area for anything other than allowing building, as far as I know. Oh, I love that. Little hole in the cave to the other zone. This is a nice little seed. This is a nice little seed. So yeah, the current way I'm thinking about doing this, let's get up to like something steep, is I think what I have, let me go underground and try this. This will be a good test. Ever thought of putting some underground civilization or something like dwarfs in the underworld? That is 100% like that's the final plan. That's like, how cool would it be? How fucking cool would it be to have like a procedural iron forge sticking out of this mountain, you know? And you go in here and there's just a dwarf civilization in here. That would be fucking awesome, you know? Maybe that's the entrance right there, you know? Maybe this is the entrance. I do like dwarves. Big dwarf guy. Big dwarf guy. But like, if I were to, let's try to place like an area on the roof. Like, what happens? Like, this is just kind of weird. Like, I should probably not allow you to place it on an, you know, if I've traced against something and the impact normal is like upside down or like more than 90 degrees, then you probably just, like placing an area on a ceiling doesn't make sense. And that's just like so many edge cases, right? I mean, this kind of makes sense to me, but like, you know, like that's a weird area. But I guess if you want to mine, I think mining is going to be using a slightly different system. Because like I could say mine this surface, but then they would like what? Just mine the surface and stop? Like they wouldn't actually dig into it at all. So I think I have to admit, like this is technically like a 3D volume that I'm creating, but like there's going to be like two different versions of this, I think. One is just going to be a surface, like I am using a 3D volume, but I use that to come up with the surface volume or the surface. What do I even call that? The area mesh, the nav mesh. Something like that. My area mesh. I'll call it an area mesh. It's not actually a mesh though. Anyways, so there's going to be like a surface version of this where it only gets the surface. And then there's probably going to be a 3D volume of this where I'm imagining like, first of all, the box is not oriented and I need it to be oriented, I think. Because like I would want to, like if I wanted to dig a tunnel, right? I could start with a circle area and then I think I'm going to have like the scroll wheel or something, like move it farther, the area deeper. And then you'll be able to see this, this area update here. So you can say like, yeah, dig a tunnel 10 meters in that direction, right? And then that way you don't have to like come back here every time they finish digging out like a section and like redo the dig area, you know? I think that's how I'm gonna have to do that. And the same for like a square. If you wanted to build like a room underground, it's definitely gonna have to be a custom system you make. It once again, it's gonna have to be a custom system I make. Would it be possible for you to take your game dev skills and use them for other fields like web dev or developing software on PCs? Brother, that's where I came from. I am a software engineer of 10 years. So it goes both ways, I would say. One thing I really liked about WoW back in the days was discovering new region and everything was different. What a wonderful sensation. Oh, you're going to love the way I designed the zones then, because I 100% agree with you. I have the same exact vibe. And that's why I have the zones like I have them, is because of WoW. And so I've come up with these different zones. These are different biomes. And like in something like Valheim or Minecraft, the biomes just kind of transition from one to another. And they don't really have like, there's no borders to them really. They just kind of seamlessly go from one to another. And they don't have like a name, right? They're not like distinct places, but like for me, I have put, right now they're just all mountains. I'll do things like rivers and stuff in the future. But right now there's mountains around every single one of these different colors. And the white dots, I'm so glad you asked, Tinkerado. The white dots are these zone entrance chunks. And so that's how you get from zone to zone. And so that experience Peter was talking about, where you kind of cross the threshold of a new zone, and it's like completely fucking different. Like going from Barrens to Ashenvale, completely different. And it's very cool and it's very awe-inspiring. Like the zone just kind of opens up in front of you. And which is a completely different experience from something like Minecraft or Valheim, where you see a new biome off into the distance and you're like, oh, there's a new biome there, and you can kind of see into it and see, you know, you can't see all of it, of course, but like you can get a feel for it before you actually even get there. And so yeah, I put mountains around all of these to kind of create this contained area, and then I've given them AI generated names. Like this is a meadow called Emberbloom Refuge. We have Stormvale Ridge here. We have Goldleaf Forest, Shadowvale Depths, Wailing Woods, Night's Rest, the Well of Wishes, Emberglow Wastes, Blightthorn Expanse, Wizard's Tower. And so if I were to zoom out and like take a look here, like here are the, you can actually see this one really well because like I haven't blended the textures. And so each one of those pixels on the map was one of these terrain chunks. And so along each one of these border terrain chunks, I sample a spline, some points for a spline, and then that's how this mountain got put here. And then right here is the white dot. So we can actually kind of like, it's probably not that exciting right now because it's the same biome. But yeah, Peter, you were like, we are thinking the same. We are thinking the same. Played WoW in middle school and started on vanilla. Played till Cata. My uncle sold my account. Oh my god. Deplorable. So I never played it again until TBC Classic came out. Now we're heading to MOP. Yeah, the cycle continues. I also quit in Cata. I played it like, I always came back a little bit, but it never hit the same. It never hit the same. And honestly, even going back to Wrath of the Lich, like I thought Wrath of the Lich King was going to be like my heyday, because that's what I enjoyed the most back in the day. But man, Vanilla WoW is just king. Vanilla WoW is king. So you're gonna have like opposing factions, inner alliance faction, anything like that. I have ideas for names, brother. I even wrote a story. Yeah, I mean all the names and stories and stuff are gonna be AI generated, but yeah, I do have a faction system in the game. So yeah, here's a better look at the zone, and so you can see how the zone changes. Oh, please let me continue. Oh my god, are you serious? I just got to where I needed to show it, and you're gonna fucking crash on me? Because of what? What is this? This happened before, and I thought adding this would fix it. Is this ability? Like, it got like garbage collected or some shit. Peak game dev experience. I know, like the demo curse, right? The demo curse. The curse of the demo. I mean, yeah, what else could I do here? Because this is a T object pointer, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I should make this a weak object pointer and pin it. Oh, I'm gonna have to change so many things, though. Okay. Are you fucking serious? Expose on spawn? Do I use that anywhere? Okay, we're gonna have to check. We're gonna have to check where I use this. It says unchanged in assets. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. Yeah, I can't. It's the Q calculator. I can't imagine that I do that. Can't imagine that I actually do that anywhere. But I was trying to show you how like the zones transition. They have like different terrain noises, and then they're going to have different biomes, different textures, you know. So I was trying to show that before it so rudely interrupted me. How would I check? I guess let me just like Q calculator. I think I create like 1 or 2 somewhere, but I don't know if I actually use that like ability thing. Oh, I do. I do. What editor are you using? This is Unreal Engine. Oh, and the code editor is Writer by JetBrains. We're just casting there. I mean, it's really just, I guess the expose on spawn is what it doesn't like, right? So, bro, which editor? I just answered you. But, like, why doesn't it let me expose on spawn? I mean, I guess you just can't do that with a weak object pointer. Blueprint read write, so I should just be able to set it, though. Okay. Control Z works on Twitch chat. Cool. Look at this fucking zebra, dude. This zebra looks kind of crazy. Are we going? Oh dear. Yeah, there's a lot of boo-boos. Okay, so I have to like... Or, so let's do like auto, ability pointer equals, we have to like pin it or something, right? Yeah, if I can type ability Pin. Dude, I need to cut my fingernails. Y'all ever get that? Like... Oh, it's dot pin. Yeah, and I guess just get there. Okay, show me where all the other ones are. Got him. Yep, easy. Easy bait. You fell for it. Are you a game developer? I mean, a hobby game developer, I suppose. Just a hobby developer. I'm a software engineer by trade. Any pro tip for mastering C++? Just do it more. Do more C++ and you'll get better at it. Ability equals this dot pin. If ability. Oh no, I have to like do the thing. Yeah. Okay, can we it's probably too long for a one-liner. That's kind of ugly. That's pretty uggo. There we go. What else? Oh, there's so many boo-boos in this file. Okay, if we can get the pin on this ability. I mean, I'm not actually using it for anything here. Well, I am. Never mind. We'll change that to there. Okay. And then here, well, ability. I mean, we might as well, right? Might as well, right? Yeah, we're gonna use it all over the place. Else null pointer. Is that capable of being coerced? I suppose so. An ability. I mean, we'll just say and. Well, we can just do ability here. But isn't there's a function built in for that, right? If ability. I mean, if I don't have an ability, should I do any of this? I'm not gonna change up what I'm doing. Let's just keep it the same. If ability, and if we don't have the ability, return. If we got the ability, we're gonna do it. Let's do the same thing here. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? Case GIF. Hello, welcome in. Thank you. I'm off work today. Is anyone else off work today for in the US? Okay, current ability and ability. Well, we can just do if ability now. And then we can dot get ability and ability. Oh, I didn't pin it. I didn't pin it. Yeah, I need to cut my fingernails so bad, man. I'm like fat fingering so many things. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Oh dear, we got more. Crashes are just God's way of patching our ego one bug at a time. I like that take. Yeah, you definitely get humbled real quick as a software engineer or a developer. Based when things go I usually scope creep to infinity. Yeah, scope creep is fun. I like to be a dreamer. Here where I hit keys with my nails, I'm like, how do ladies have 2-inch nails and use a keyboard? Yeah, or like use phones even too. Hey, what's going on here? We're working on a video game. We're just making some refactors here. To get better at anything, do it more. Yeah, I mean, there's no, like, I don't know. I feel like people come in here looking for like a secret or looking for you know, how do I do this? It's like, well, you like, same way you do anything. You go out and get the knowledge. You figure it out, and you practice. Ability, I have to name this like pointer, right? Ability.pin. Ability and ability pointer is active and ability blah 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 blah. Okay. Is that the only one? No, it's not. No, it is not. Oh my god, this is used all over the place. Is it possible to stream in Twitch and YouTube together? You're gonna be, Roni, you are gonna be absolutely shocked that I am doing that right now. That is happening right now, so yes, it is possible. I use a thing called se.live to do that, if you're curious about that. Auto ability equals pin. Yeah, so if we get the pin and can't be canceled. Are these actually bad? Because they don't show as bad. Auto ability pointer. Come on, Copilot, you should know what I'm doing by now. Like, you're still giving me really bad suggestions at the moment. I wanted to try out Super Maven, but they don't, like, it's not updated for, like, they have a JetBrains version, but it's like an old one. It only works for like JetBrains 2024. Like, bro, that's not even what year it is anymore. It's not even that year anymore. Ability, wait, this ability is, oh yeah, it's the Q calculator. Yeah. Okay. Should we just fucking return if I don't have that? I guess I'm never checking that that's valid. Yeah, let's just return if I don't have that. Okay. Ability pointer. Get. I guess you can just cast, and that's fine. Okay. Auto ability pointer equals. There you go, Copilot. Now you're getting it. Now that I'm almost done with this, you're finally understanding the assignment. Tell me what to do. First off, automate everything. Yeah, that's your first step. Automate everything. Live Dice and Goth Girls. You're on your way. Have you used Visual Studio for UE Dev, or did you start with Writer? I started with Visual Studio, and I am upset that I did not switch to Writer sooner. Have you told the AI to update itself yet? I'm not ready for Skynet yet. I have some more things I want to get done before AI takes over. But I guess it's this ability that's the issue. So auto ability equals, yeah, that. Thank you. Copilot is finally getting it. We're finally getting it. Why does the word ability look so weird? Have I just been staring at it too much? Ability. Why does that? Y'all ever look at a word so much and you're like, does that even make, is it just even a word anymore? Ability. That looks like such a weird word now. Copilot can be finicky with writing C++. Yeah, that's why I wanted to try out Super Maven. Because I guess they use their own model or something like that, which is interesting. But yeah, it doesn't work for the updated versions of Writer. What are you making? What language are you using? So we're working in Unreal Engine right now. We're working on a video game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is what we're going for with procedural and destructible terrain. And so Unreal Engine language is C++. It's C++ with a little bit of funk on top of it. I saw this tool called a Stream Deck. Yeah, there are those. There are Stream Decks. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be broken. We just need to take this and like set ability on it. which is slightly annoying, but gotta do what you gotta do, you know. Go away. Set ability. Put that there. Airmace that guy and that guy. Okay. New seed. New seed. 296. Okay, we got another bogey. All right. All right. Spaghetti noodles. They're so fun. Okay, here's the seed. Oh, we got 2 different biomes. Finally, we got a meadows biome popping up over there. Pointers and references give me a hard time. Yeah, once you realize that like you're actually used to using pointers in every other programming language, it starts to make more sense. Like pointers are, you're actually used to pointers. Like I used to think that like pointers were going to be scary, but I'm like, no, the references are actually what's scary. An Unreal Engine is it's a bit more forgiving than Unreal Engine C++ is a bit more forgiving than actual C++ because they've got their own reflection system built on top of it and stuff. Looks odd. Yeah, that's because it's Unreal Engine. They do their own thing. Yeah, they do Pascal case for some reason. Instead of, you know, most C++ is snake case. So yeah, we're working on a RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite. So something like Vanilla WoW minus the MMO plus something like RimWorld with the Colony Sim and then something like Hades for like the roguelite. And then we have procedural terrain. Here's just a small section of the world that got generated for my character. And then we have like AI generated quests and stuff, which I can probably show off because we have colonists in the world somewhere. There we go. Here's some. Who's that? Okay, so we had Carrot Evermore. Well, let me see who I am. Okay, so I am Kit Whisper, which is like kind of a Kit Whisper. It sounds like a comic book name. Anyway, I'm a 33-year-old female human paladin. I am independent and timid. Kit grew up on the streets, orphaned at a young age, and forced to fend for herself. This fostered a sense of independence, but it also made her wary of others, leading to a timid demeanor. In her adulthood, Kit matured. She found solace in the teachings of the paladins, drawn to their unwavering commitment to justice. However, her independent nature and lingering timidity sometimes made it difficult for her to fully embrace their doctrines. Okay, so we're gonna go talk to Carrot Evermore. Gonna generate a quest while we look at you. So Carrot Evermore is a 47-year-old male gnome shaman. I didn't know it could do gnomes. That's funny. So these are like AI generated things here. Carrot Evermore is optimistic and intelligent. Carrot was a curious child, always asking questions and seeking knowledge. He spent countless hours in the library, devouring books on history, philosophy, and the arcane arts. In his adulthood, Carrot's thirst for knowledge has only grown stronger with age. As a shaman, he uses his intellect and optimism to guide his people towards a brighter future. Okay, let's see what kind of quest Carrot Evermore, the 47-year-old gnome shaman, has for me. Okay, so this is what the AI returned to me. The sour whispers of the caves. Kit Whisper, a pleasure, a true pleasure. I've heard whispers of your burgeoning talents, your devotion to the light. It warms my old gnome heart. It truly does. Well, he's 47. Is that old in gnome years? I don't actually know. Could you possibly venture into the Whispering Caves and discover the source of this disturbance? What disturbance? It didn't even talk about the disturbance yet. Return to me with answers, Kit Whisper. Answers! What do you know about the Whispering Caves? The Whispering Caves are ancient, formed long ago when the world was young. They're said to be a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where spirits linger and echo. They used to be a site of great reverence, a place of communion. Now, ... What kind of dangers might I encounter? The caves are known for their illusions and trickery. Best to keep on your guard. Also, bandits have been seen lurking around there. Perfect. It probably spawned some bandits. Which is great. Because I do have, like... What I do is I dump the entire game item database into the prompt along with everything that's like spawned into the world, but I give it all the classes that it can like spawn, and one of the few classes I actually have is like a bandit class, so that's probably where it's picking that from. Let's read the quest description here. Carrot Evermore has asked me to investigate a disturbance within the Whispering Caves. The spirits there are troubled and unsettling whispers are escaping. I need to find the source of the problem and report back to him. Objective: investigate the source of the disturbance within the Whispering Caves. So I need to explore it and then just come back and talk to him, I guess. So this might be like a... this might just be like a chain quest, because it does have the ability to do chain quests and stuff. So that's... There's a little peek at the AI-generated quests there. Ability. If it lets you do nested arrays, it's worth your time. Okay. EA sounds as good as other games English I've seen in the past. Yeah, grammar wise, it's pretty good. It like, I noticed like sometimes it, cause it generates like the quest like log entry. That was what was over here on the left. That's like the quest log entry. And like, it doesn't, like the conversation that the guy is having me isn't always independent of that. And it should be, right? Because he's told me to go investigate the whispers, but he didn't say what the whispers, he didn't just say anything about that. So it's still like, it's missing some things. And I just kind of like, I didn't work too hard on it. Like I said, it's kind of like proof of concepted at the moment. So there's going to be more work to be done. There's going to be more work to be done on it to get it like grounded and stuff. And I'm going to eventually pass in like the zone names and stuff. Cause right now it's just like, it kind of always does whispering things. Like it literally always talks about whispers. I don't know why. I don't know. The whispering woods, the whispers in the caves. Like, it's like, I hear whispers of darkness. There's like, it's like, why are you so whispery? I don't get it. I think I have the temperature turned like all the way up, or all the way down rather. Or are you using DX12? Is the lighting lumen? I mean, I haven't done anything on lighting or anything really yet. The lighting is not lumen. I don't have lumen turned on. I'm a programmer, so I know nothing about that. I do have DX12 though. Yeah. Did you like generate the data and populate it, or does it generate during the game time? All the this stuff on the inspection panel here, this is all pre-generated. Like this was generated by AI, but I just dumped a bunch of it into a database. And so whenever anything gets spawned, it just kind of picks randomly a couple traits and then like some backgrounds and stuff. But the actual quest does get generated at runtime. That's why I have like that generate button. And then we have dynamic tree chopping. So the tree actually chops where your axe goes. Oh god, how did I get stuck? That was so lame. And yeah, so I have some wood there. So the ability thing isn't crashing anymore, but that was a pretty random one anyways. So we don't have any zone entrances that I can show, because that's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about. But it is kind of cool that you can come across some like random caves. These are just purely randomly generated. So you can get from this zone to that zone, despite there not being an actual... What direction am I facing right now? That's like, oh yeah, that's the corner. So this green zone. Oh, there is actually a if you chop a tree, go far to make it unload and go back, is it still in the ground? I mean, it's not, that's also just proof of concept at this point. It does not reload. Like everything is in the world is serialized. It gets serialized. But eventually I'll make it to where you have to carry that log. You have to make your colonists like carry that log back to like back to a lumber mill or something like that. Yeah, I can't make it up there. So is there actually a... What zone am I in? I think I'm actually in the yellow zone. And I think my cursor's off a little bit here. So I thought there would be a zone entrance. But I'm not sure that there is. See if we can get through some caves here to the other side. How are you handling AI navigation and pathfinding? Just with the normal nav mesh. A very large dynamic nav mesh. And then the procedural terrain chunks have like vertex and index buffer data. And so I destroy the mesh when it goes out of view, but I save that buffer data, the triangle data basically. And then I export custom data to the nav mesh, and then that's what allows me to maintain the nav mesh, even though and save memory on not actually having the terrain there, right? And then I can still have the AI pathfind and navigate around on here with my ECS system that I wrote myself for me. It wasn't too hard. Like the actual ECS system part isn't too hard. The parts that were like difficult and tedious were like the actual processing of the entities, like doing like a movement processor, pathfinding processor, you know, that kind of stuff. Well, these mountains are serving their purpose of acting as barriers. They are doing a good job of that. Okay, let's kill some guys real quick. Oh, that's not the weapon I wanted to equip. Oh, I'm like bugged now. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna cast. There we go. Okay, I need to... That was weird. So the torch does not like... Oh, the torch just fucks me up so bad. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. Oh my god, I'm all messed up. Yeah, so don't equip the torch. Don't equip torch. Got it, got it. This happened again. This happened again. I hate this one so much because I have literally zero information about why this is happening. Give me one moment. I am using gas for the combat system, but I'll likely have to rewrite that as well, because it's my biggest bottleneck on performance. Doesn't exactly work for thousands of entities at a time. You know, I can get to about 200 people in combat, and it's very slow at that point. But yeah, this guy. We don't have the right number of instance data. Oh, I mean, I guess this is similar to what I have been dealing, and I don't know how that even happens. I don't know how this even happens. Let's just do something like this. If it's not empty and instance data, custom data num equal to ISM num custom data floats, then we can set it. That way, if it's not equal, we're never going to hit that again, right? And I know that I shouldn't have to check that because I just should make sure that the data is getting updated in a way that it doesn't become invalid. But that's the flex tape fix that I'm putting in. It's a good little bit of mighty putty right there. Okay. So, yeah, I guess, should I actually start working on the mesh? I actually start working on the mesh. On the area mesh. Oh, there might be a nice little mountain right there. Subscribing, very inspirational. Keep doing great things. Well, thank you. I appreciate your kind words and your subscription. And appreciate you just hanging out, most of all. Look at this little choke point. This is such a cute little choke point. I love that. Be a good place for like a wall if you built your base. Like if you built like a colony here, you could put a wall right there. Very defendable. This looks meshy. Yeah. It's chunky as well. There's a lot of chunks here. Okay, where are we at? Oh, we're on like an island. We are in Briarwood Thicket. Oh, and there's that little choke point right there that I was talking about. And we are next to Dragonskill Crag. The Void of Nothingness. Holy shit. Enchanted Mire, Ghostwind Mesa. The Dragon Graveyard. Now, it would be cool if that ended up next to the Dragonskill Crag. Duskwood Glade. Burnt Pineapple, welcome in. Still no zone entrances here, but I mean, you could think of that one. This essentially looks the same as a zone entrance. Are there any? Where are the entrances in this one? All the way down there, so I'd have to go all the way that way to see the zone entrance, and I might do that. I might do that. I like the zone names, me too. A lot of them are not like good zone names. I only said the good ones. But so some more work will be done on those. Like I plan to like come up with like a list of attributes and tags and stuff for things that are spawned in the world. Oh, I hate my life. Okay. Bro, I swear I thought I fixed this. Yeah, there is there is a lot of overhead to learning the gameplay ability system. I found that like it doesn't work the way I want it to, so I've overridden quite a bit of functionality on it already. Am I not scope locking this one? I should. Well, no, it's doing a git. Why doesn't this work? This should work. I thought I fixed the scope issue, the scope lock issues here. And I guess I can't scope lock the terrain controller from outside of it. I don't think. Well, I guess I could grab its thread lock thing. Let me look at the different threads here. So that was on a background thread. What's happening on the game thread? Okay, we're getting the terrain controller. I don't think we're not like using anything on it though, so I don't think that would be an issue. Getting some entity data. We're doing another line trace on a different thread. Doing some PCG on that thread. Some more, what is this? Target processing. Doing some nav mesh generation on that thread. Entity query on that one. So we're not even really doing anything on the terrain controller other than like, this is really the only thing that we're doing to interact with the terrain controller. Can I see this full screen instead of short? Yeah. It's all on my profile. You can find all that in my profile, my channel, Twitch and or YouTube. I mean, there's no way this caused. God, there's no way this caused the cache issue that I'm seeing here. The get from the map issue. I'm not adding to that map at all on any of the other threads, as far as I can see, and so on and so forth and what have you. Let me see if anyone else has had this Unreal Engine crash on that. Or maybe I should put find index by hash. An answer circa 2016. Surely this will be relevant. This has nothing to do. That has nothing to do. I mean, it's gotta be something to do with me getting it on a background thread. But I just don't know, like, what is this telling me? What are you telling me is the issue? I assume the element index. Oh yeah, the element index is wrong. Yeah, completely wrong. So just like the map's hash is just wrong. Or I guess the key is wrong. What is the key here? That's a, I mean, that's a valid. That's a valid key. Should I not be using vectors as keys? Let me look at this. Unreal Engine. Vectors as keys. Oh, I looked this up before, didn't I? Didn't I? They're int vectors, though. Apparently in 2017, Tmaps did not support vectors or structs as map keys, which is scary to think about. Using a vector in a map is leading to trouble, and I think it's the vector's float precision. But it's an int vector, so there's no precision issues. Like, there should be no precision issues because it's an int vector. Fint vector. So, yeah, this has happened before. I thought I fixed it with like some strong scope locking around all the other things in the class. But I guess not. Yeah, that element index is I don't even know if that's... I have no way to know. I have no way to know what's right and wrong here. Also, what is this? What is this? It's an interesting way to do this. I guess we're just like encountering errors. That's what we're doing today. 297, 298. Okay, there we go. We got a nice flat zone, kind of a bumpy zone over there. I need to add some, I need to do another pass on the terrain so we can get some actual different T zones. There's a zone entrance right there. So were you to round this corner, you would see like a new zone. Can I make it all the way over there? Let's see. Let's look at the map real quick. What are we in? We're in the... This zone's name is the Alchemist's Tower of Secrets. Which is, I would not call that a great zone name. That's a good POI name, which I will use for that. Yeah, what does the 4 semicolon even do? I would think it does nothing, right? Because it's like, what are the 3 steps? Like initialization, iteration, incrementation, or something like that. So like, I would think that putting a for loop like that would just do nothing. Either nothing or just, I mean, it runs the code, so maybe just one loop then? Just does one loop, which I'm not sure what the... There's got to be like some low-level, compiler level thing that they're like doing. Okay, so like you can't actually tell that this is a zone entrance when you're on the ground because the forest is so thick right here. But yeah, there's the zone entrance, and what's really cool is how the noise blends from one to the other. That took a long time to figure out. Like, are we doing a weighted out? Because you have to take, like, each terrain chunk has a noise, and it gets that parameterized noise from what zone it's in, what biome it's in, and then it's gotta take that noise, and then it's gotta, for every single vert in the chunk, it's gotta do like a weighted average blend based on the distance to each neighboring chunk, with the value as if it were rendered with the neighboring chunk's noise. Maybe loop until return is called. I guess it just, to me, it looks like we would never loop at all, but yeah. I guess so. Loop until return is called. Yeah, but why wouldn't you just use a while loop there? That's what they're for, you know? While true, you know? That must be some like old school programmer thing, I feel like. So yeah, there's an example of a zone entrance chunk, but imagine that, but with like very different, like the things that are spawned are not going to be the same. You know, it's not just going to be the same forest. The textures on the terrain will be different as well. Hopefully I'll get some nice assets for all that, and hopefully some new entities, so it's not just the same guys running around. Okay, let's work on... I guess let's work on a... Should I do that area mesh thing? While one will take 1 byte of memory as opposed to 4. Oh. The performance, the memory savings are infinite. Do 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 do. Yeah, I guess I need to like, this kind of, the problem that I have is something I think AI would actually be able to help me with. This might be a AI thing that I could do. And I don't think AI is great at solving every problem. So, can I get up there, please? That would be nice. That would be nice. Let me in. Okay. Yeah, because even the oh, that should be moving downwards, right? Did I find an edge case? Could give some ideas. I think it'll really just give me a starting point for the process, because I think here's what my current thinking is. I need to basically define a box like this. You know, I can use what I have now, and then this box, as long as I make sure the upper bound is good, that's the most important part, because I will be tracing down for the surface. What do I think about Angel Script? Haven't used it. Don't have any thoughts on it. But as long, and I'm pretty sure my upper bound is good, because I am tracing upwards and being like, hey, if I hit anything, you know, that's my max height if I hit like a ceiling or something. So we're gonna make these are gonna have to be like one level, right? I think that's the thing I need to tell myself to make this simpler. But I think I'll just need to, if I get the upper bound correct, just trace down every... I'll have to come up with like a resolution. Probably just make that similar to like the nav mesh resolution, which is like 30 or something, right? Like every 30. Make it based off the, yeah, the default cell size is 30. So we'll do the same thing. Is the square cubes on the crosshair drawn by debug lines? Yes, that is debug drawings. So yeah, every 30 trace down, and then like whatever the first thing hit is, and I'll trace for terrain, world static, world dynamic. I think those are the three things I need to trace for. But it's like things like this. It's like, what's your collision settings on these rock? It's like rubble or something, right? Debris. Yeah. What's your collision settings here? No collision. So yeah, I won't get hits on those, and that's fine. That's fine. But I would get hits on like the trees, right? Well, what happens if I do a line trace from like within a tree down? That would be like valid, right? Because it would never hit the tree. Does the line trace account for that? We'll have to think about situations like that. If that's the case, oh god, it's gonna be so fucking annoying. I guess I really will have to build it like a nav mesh then, where it's like I have to get the collision data from all the components that overlap it. So yeah, maybe I should just look into the nav mesh code and kind of like recreate that a little bit. But like my naive thinking is just, yeah, do some line traces from the top of this bounds. You know, save all the points that hit something. But how would you, if you were like drawing off the edge of a cliff, you'd want it to like end somewhere, right? Like, let's say this was just like the edge of a cliff and there was a giant crater right here. Like, this would just go all the way down to like the bottom of the crater. Is there some, how would I come up with the lower bound of what it should be? Is there just a limit? Do I make a limit on the size of these? I don't know. And actually, the PCG graph actually has some really nice nodes. for that. Like they have, because I was thinking like players may want to actually draw a spline like around their colony or define some areas with a spline. And PCG has some really nice nodes to turn those splines into surfaces. So you can do a surface sampler on the spline. So those could be really nice to use. It'll be kind of weird to like call a PCG graph just to come up with that, but yeah. It'll make it easier to manage if you limit the size. Yeah, I think it would only be a size in the Z direction. I don't think I would want to put like an XY cap on it. I feel like that would be kind of annoying as a player. Z size, I get that. And honestly, like, I think steepness, well, because it's like, you can't store things on like this steep of a slope. So if you're using a storage area, you know, we just mark those as invalid or something. But like, let's say you're like want them to harvest shit in an area and there's like some stuff spawned on the side of the cliff or something, or you want them to dig into the cliff, like that's still valid. So yeah, the 3D volume, I think maybe that has no Z limit. But yeah, let's just think about the surface one now. So I line trace down, I get all those points, and then I can just like, I know how to like mesh that thanks to my procedural generation history. So, you know, just iterate over all those points, connect them in a counterclockwise fashion. I guess the parts that would be hard would be like the missing points. So if there were like a, you know, like a rock or a tree or something right here, you wouldn't want to place it on the rock, or the, would you want to have the, well, yeah, you would. If it's just a surface, yeah, you would. I guess I was thinking about storing things. Let's put storing things as a whole separate issue. Let's put that, take that out of my brain, put it over here. We're not going to worry about storage areas. We're just going to think about just like tree chopping areas, right? A tree chopping area or a foraging area, right? So yeah, I would just sample at a resolution and I could just connect all the points. And if they don't hit something, because it would be, I guess, like the, let's go over here. Let's go find a cave. Where's the closest cave? There's a little one here that'll work. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this cave is small enough that I think you would want to include the lower Z, right? I guess, should I let the player control the Z a little bit better with like the scroll wheel or something? I think I should. But it's like the levels, man, the levels. I guess at first we'll just like... I guess at first we just won't filter any of the points that hit. We're just looking for a hit, right? And honestly, I would want to ignore trees altogether for just coming up with an area. Because I would want those trees to be like chopped, you know, like those are in the area. And honestly, all I would need to do there is like, if I have this box that I have now, I could just do a collision overlap on it. And that would give me like what trees I need. That's a pretty naive way to do it. I mean, there's just so many like problems that are adjacent in this for this issue. Like, there's also the getting the shader to project properly, right? Like, technically this tree is in the area, but once I mark the trees as not receive decals, if you placed it this way, you would never, the player wouldn't necessarily realize that it's intersecting the tree, right? You'd want the area to be shown on the ground as a player. So it's kind of hard to like, I guess doing line traces would ensure that the Z height is as proper as it can be. Because like there could, like, let's say we do the line traces to figure out how low does the lower bound on this box need to be. We'd be tracing from like here down, and you know, we'd hit like right here. And so that would move it down there. But like, what if there's like another, like, what, picture this being longer. What if there's another cave over here that the player doesn't know about that it's intersecting to? I guess that's what we really need. Like, that's why we can't just do the box overlap, right? Because we might hit things in this cave down here that like the player didn't intend to hit. And then your colonist might go like, you might not even, like, there might not be an entrance to that cave except like way the fuck over here or something, you know, and your colonist might run all the way over there and like get killed because they went in some area that you didn't want them to, you know? So that would be really, that would feel really bad as a player. So I guess, yeah, doing the trace mesh, nav mesh version of this would solve that issue. But then it's just like, how do I get the trees that are in the traced like area? You know what I mean? How would I filter the trees there? I would connect all the vertices together and like check for an overlap there or something. I don't know. I don't even know how you do that. I could create a bunch of little tiny boxes. Or I could create a dynamic mesh. I think Hasty maybe mentioned that. I forget who mentioned that, but yeah, you could create a dynamic mesh out of it. That would be nice for visualization as well. Adder, random question: can you dig your way out of the cave, or do you need to navigate back to the entrance? I mean, I do intend for there to be destructible terrain, so that's, you have multiple options. Either one, hopefully, either one. Just curious while I sip my coffee. I need more coffee. Yeah, I'm just trying to like brainstorm what's the best way to solve this problem. And I guess the thing I'm worried about is like if we get a point sampled like right here, and then the next point is down here, and we're going to triangulate the points, that is going to create a weird slope. Does that matter? I mean, we're not really going to be, we're just using that for like overlap and collision checking, so I guess it doesn't matter if it looks good, it just matters if it's functional. And then we'll let the decal figure itself out, I suppose. Maybe, I don't even know if a decal is the best option for this. Could just project the decal right to nav instead of drawing the cube. I mean, I'm using the cube to determine how to project the decal. Otherwise, it doesn't. It just projects way too. It's there's edge cases. I'll just say there's a lot of edge cases. Because like you wouldn't want it to project from like way up here, right? Where there could be like an overhang here. You know, you wouldn't want it to project up there. Yeah, if I triangulate and kind of mesh those, I mean, I guess I have the spatial data structure, don't I? So like, I can store them and I can like line trace through it. I mean, how would I do that though? I need a way to check for overlaps. I think I need to build a mesh actually, like an actual collisioned mesh. that has overlap checking. No, I think I need to use the built-in. I think I need to use the built-in stuff. Because otherwise I'm gonna need to, if I do my own thing, I'll essentially rewrite the entirety of the collision system, which I know I've done a little bit of that, but I can't do all of it. That's too much. I guess the only problem with that now then, for when the terrain chunks are not rendered or not meshed, the things that don't affect the nav mesh aren't either. So like those mushrooms wouldn't actually be spawned. So if the player runs away to the other side of the world and their colonist goes to their like harvest area or forage area or whatever, and they need to check if anything's there, I would need to load those back in prior to the check. And I do store those on like a per chunk per resource type basis, so that is doable. And it's not unrealistic. It doesn't sound very... the design doesn't feel very human, and it feels very awkward to do that. And I mean, it's not like I don't need the latency to be fucking frame perfect on like whether a colonist can figure out whether or not they need to go harvest stuff in this area or not. That can have like up to several hundred millisecond latency and be totally fine. Right? People only think, what is it, like a 250 millisecond reaction time? So we'll use that as our threshold for the AI. So that, I mean, as long as I know like what types I need to load as a part of this area, because you will designate, I want trees to be chopped in this area, and the colonist will know what his priorities are. He's like, okay, tree chopping first, then foraging, you know. So need like an ECS and keep track of resources or processor or whatever it is. I kind of have that. So like all this stuff out here, like you know, like there's no grass out here. I get rid of the grass and I get rid of like the mushrooms. I serialize those to disk actually. And I built an LRU cache, which is a least recently used cache, which like it has a certain amount of memory it can take up. And then once it takes up that amount of memory, it'll get rid of whatever was least recently used. And so that helps with like hotspots and stuff, hotspots of activity. And so I do have that to keep, I can track these resources and stuff. I know where they are. When a colonist does like this guy, what are you doing? Oh, he found some food. Oh, is he going to go down and grab the mushrooms down here? Well, he's using that system to find these mushrooms, actually. I don't know where he's going. Oh, yeah. That was the one he hit that he could reach. He probably hit all these ones on the ceiling, too, but he couldn't get to those. He was probably, like, the reason he got that one is probably because he was up here. Which is odd behavior. I should probably, as he's moving, I should probably do the request again, because he walked right past these mushrooms, which would have been way more realistic for him to get. And like, it also doesn't make sense for him to know that there's mushrooms under here, right? Dungeon Noodles, hello there. Welcome in. Welcome in. So yeah, I guess I feel like creating a mesh from these sampled points, which is all something that you can do in PCG actually fairly easily. It feels weird to put a PCG component on this area though. That feels so weird. Like PCG is for spawning assets, right? I mean, I guess you can also, I'm gonna use it to create surfaces basically. And I don't want to have to rely on it more because it's very cachy. It's very cachy. Yeah, it will just straight up cache the entire world if you let it. I use it to clear areas as well as spawn areas. Yeah, I know you can use it as like culling. You can create culling volumes and like, you know, not spawn in those volumes. I assume that's kind of the flow you're talking about. But Adder, do you use it to just create an area to reference as like a 3D area in space outside of PCG? So I feel like that's not something people typically do with it. I'm just using it as like a number cruncher at that point. I'm just like crunching numbers with it. And so here's what, fuck it. Let's create a little PCG graph here. Fuck it. Okay. PCG graph. Graph, just default empty graph. Let's call you, you're going to be like area surface sampler. So we will input some bounds, right? And then we will want to do a, when the player creates it, it'll always have collision. So we don't need to use the chunk surface sampler. We can just use the regular surface sampler, and we can do the world hit ray query, world ray cast. Is that it? Did they change it? Bounding shape. I do like that, so we can do that in there. I guess we would put the bounding shape in both. Where's the world hit ray query? Oh, this is what I'm used to. What is this? And I guess I can, there's also like, I could probably put the X tints on here as well. I actually saw one of your YouTube videos today. Oh, cool. And I was browsing, came across your Twitch, and out of nowhere. Oh, hell yeah. Welcome in. That's so cool. What YouTube video did you come across? I don't really have that many. We've done that a few times for unique use cases. Okay, I guess I'm not the only one. We have very uneven terrain in an arena and used it to grab height data points that we passed to VFX simulation. Okay, so it's not unprecedented. How would I like, okay, so I could do ray origin, direction, and length. So I guess I could calculate all those from the bounds. But what is this ray cast? Can I pass that in there? No, I can't. Okay. Box sweep. World, what is world ray cast? Okay, it was telling me I could use that when I actually couldn't. Okay. No contextual PCG menu, I guess. But yeah, I could theoretically pass in this information. It would be kind of annoying. I hate like massaging the data to get into attribute format in PCG is kind of annoying. But I could do this, you know, pass that stuff in there. The bounding shape on the surface. Because yeah, if we just this is by default just traces down. By default just traces down. We would just get the lower bounds of this somehow. Filtered it by attributes. It is a, like, I don't know, is there a way you can just get like the lower bounds to lower? Oh, that's like a string lower. There's probably not a built-in way to do that. It does have bounds min and max. So bounds min z, right? Attributes. Keep only selected attributes, operator equal to something like bounds.min.z. And then that would be, pass that into array length. Oh, so I would need to do, copy that, do bounds.max.z. And his origin, it's a vector. Wait, so what would ray origin be? That has to be like in relation to each point, right? On the surface sampler. Point extents would be 30s, is what I decided. And then whatever that is for points per square meter. Bounds.max.z. So something like that would be like ray origin. Oh, shit. Okay. I remember your characters. It's so interesting. The algorithm is so interesting. I'm completely new to all this stuff. I think it just got recommended because I started searching for a bunch of UE stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think it was a short. Oh yeah, probably my shorts streams. Shorts popping, they are. They do pop a little bit. How do I turn this into a fucking attribute? Like I like this is the kind of shit in PCG that annoys me. Cast to, I guess cast to float. Okay, but it's still not a float. It's not an attribute. How do I make it an attribute? Where's the little selector thingy? Pins are incompatible. So, okay, I wonder if bounds just don't have, I wonder if I have to do this. Yeah, I wonder if I have to do that. Bounds.min.z. And so we would like want to subtract, for the distance, we would want to subtract the max from the min. That would be ray length. This is the node I was looking for. And then I have to assume that ray origin is like, it's all zeros. So I have to assume that it means like, it's like an offset almost is what it's being treated as. So if I just plug in the max z there, ray origin direction will set that within this node, and that just can be, yeah, just straight down basically. So I think that would give me what I need, I think. Which software is this? This is Unreal Engine. Now I get hot sauce ads on Twitch after our convo the other day. You're welcome. You're welcome for that. I have no idea what magic you're busy with, and I'm hoping to learn. I find game design fascinating. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you find it fascinating. Because I do too. I love having people who are into the same thing I'm into. So, I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural terrain. And so, as a part of the Colony Sim system, the player needs to be able to designate areas for various things. It could be like forage within this area, chop trees within this area. It could be store stuff within this area. It could be just, hey, colonist, you need to stay within this area, or you need to not be in this area. And so I need to come up with a way to define like the surface here. And I'm thinking PCG kind of seems like it may work for this. Because right now, like, the decal shouldn't be showing on the tree, but the projection of this like little shader here, this white stuff, I would want it to just go, straight down. So that's one part of the issue. The other one is like, okay, the visual of it looks good. Now, how do I get the things that are actually in there, right? And I think I would need to build a mesh that I can use to check for overlaps, right? And so I would need to sample a bunch of points within this box. And I guess I only want the upper bound. I don't want the lower bound. I would need to sample a bunch of points. If my voice doesn't crack like a motherfucker, I would need to sample a bunch of points and connect them into a mesh and then check for overlaps on that mesh for various things. Sounds pretty cool. What a fresh and unique approach to those genres. Yeah, I think combining them, they're basically three genres that have been done, time and time again, but combining them I think is really interesting. And it's a game I've always wanted to play, so that's what we're working on. And one of the things I'm planning to do is like have the whole world online and running. So I built like my own ECS system to like efficiently run and operate like thousands and thousands of entities throughout the world. You know, so when you run away from your colony, it's not like faking it. Like you send guys to go chop trees, like, you know, your colony's right here, maybe you're all the way over on the other side of the world. They're still going to be running out and chopping the trees. And if there's wolves in the forest or bandits or whatever, they need to get attacked. I think that'll be really cool to keep the world alive and stuff like that. Make it feel dangerous, you know. Yeah, and how do I handle scenarios like this where like... I guess I need to... The upper bounds, actually, I need to do those ray casts upwards to come up with the upper bounds. So really, I just need the 4 corner traces. The 4 corner upper bound traces. Trace impact points. And then, you know, the big issue is going to be like, what if the surface changes? What if the surface changes? You know, the player deforms the terrain or builds something within the area, or, you know, or destroys a building in the area. I mean, I guess that would be kind of a benefit of using PCG because it could rerun at that point. Like, I could kind of know. I could have it runtime generated, right? I guess I would just rerun the PCG graph at that point. And I suppose part of the graph would be like, yeah, coming up with those 4 corner points. Which would really need to be, it wouldn't even be the upper bounds. I would need to just pass in 4 points in here. The 4 corner points trace down. Those are like that defines the bounds really. Well, I guess I'm passing it in as like a point with bounds actually still makes sense. Actually still makes sense, I think. And what about a scenario like this? What about a scenario like this where we have brown is terrain, okay? We have a, you know, it's, that's not brown. Brown, and then it goes like this. And you're creating a volume here. There's like, well, here. And then there's going to be like a house here. You know, and you create a volume, you know, like this. Like the max of, well, I drew this wrong. Okay, the house is going to be bigger. Okay, the house is now, or like the, you know, some foundation is taller than the cliff, and you create a box that's like this, right? So I would hit this point. And that would be the upper bound. But like, if this cliff wasn't here, you'd create this box and then you would be tracing down and you would get points on the surface of this. So that's an interesting situation. How long have you been in game development, if you don't mind me asking? So this is just hobby, free time stuff. I've been working on this project for about 2.5 years. So I'm just a software engineer who enjoys game development in my free time. So I've never actually worked in game development or anything. It's like, would you even want these points if you're a player? I mean, like, if it was only, you know, this big, you know, I could definitely see that. There's so many edge cases. I feel like I can't come up with like a satisfying solution. I don't even know if this made sense to anyone but myself, but I know what it means. A different projection for meshes and landscape meshes. Yeah, I do have it filtered by what, like right now, it's filtered by whatever object type you started placing the area on. So that's kind of what I have right now. But it's more so like if there was like a fucking here's a better example. Here's a better example. Undo. Here's a better example. So what if this is a terrain, and the terrain goes like this, and your bounding box is like, you know, it's like this. Well, like you start making the box, right? You know, like maybe this big, or let's go all over here. So like normal, if that cliff wasn't here, it would go up to here. Right, so these are the same mesh. If, you know, but it's like, do you want this surface? If you're, like, your guy is down here, you know. Because it would be like, and you would get points like, you know, like that. And so it's like this would be missed if I make the upper bounds up there. But then like how I have it working currently is that the upper bounds for this would be because of where the box is, it would actually be like that, or like whatever it would actually be like this. Whatever it would be like that, because this is where it changes from horizontal to, because it would actually, the first hit would happen like right there or something. So like you would actually only get that area. Like neither of these options seem good at this point. And of course, I think the biggest issue is like preventing, like, you know, there's a cave here. Like I wouldn't want, you know, points sampled from that at all. So that's the biggest. And that is fixed by just tracing from the top down, because then you'll hit something before you hit the cave, right? But if you do that, then you have to handle this kind of weird scenario where you have an overhang. Yeah, the cave is not what I'm worried about with this, though. Like, this is already should be being filtered out. Well, that's already the plan, I should say. But it's like this, the options are, the easy options are there's a cave here or something, and that doesn't matter. The options are, you know, I'm the line trace, the character line trace is going like here or here. I'm looking at this corner. I suck at drawing. I'm putting that corner there. Now I trace from each bottom corner as well up, and I would hit, like, you know. Well, I guess I would need to draw the box like this, like that. I would trace up or something. ignore that. But it's like I trace up and I would hit a ceiling. And so like right now, this would be my max. And so it actually create the box like that, even though I'm looking up there. Because of this overhang. Which would mean here's the line traces that would happen. So we would get basically this surface, which isn't bad. But it's like if I'm looking up here, I would think that I would want that surface. But then how do I, if I do include that and include this bounce up here, I would sample here and I would miss everything under the overhang. And it's like, how do I get, like this is probably the surface the player wants. How do you capture that? I mean, I don't know if I like that. This is like the, and there's probably even more edge cases that I'm not thinking of. Is the thing. So it's like, I don't think I should be trying to solve this problem right now. Like, I don't think I should come up with a solution, but I think it's worth thinking about to inform, you know, my naive, whatever my naive choice is. And if I sample from here going under like this, I'm like, okay, I've hit that, but let's also do this trace too. So we get up here and down here. Then I also end up getting this case. Then I also end up getting this case, which is, this is the worst case. We don't want that. That's the worst one. We don't want to sample a cave that the player doesn't know about. Because right now, this box is the current case. That's what I have right now. Destructible terrain will probably introduce a bunch more edge cases. Yeah, I mean, I would need to rerun the sampler at the very least. But yeah, you could like dig a tunnel. The player could dig a tunnel like this, and it would not sample that. I don't think I would change the bounds of the box at all. So you would just have this, and then oh god, why is brown? So you would just get it would be like this. Right, so you'd get little that area and then that area, which would be fine, right? Have you seen the game Astroneer by chance? I feel like they had to tackle similar problems. Challenges, yeah. I've seen it on Steam, yeah, I haven't played it or anything. Do they have NPCs in the game that like interact with the world in this way? So I feel like that's like where this problem is coming from, is that like I need the player to be able to tell the NPCs where, and they need to define a volume. I could just make the player define a 3D volume, and that's the most straightforward solution to this problem. Although it would include this case, which is a case that I really don't want to include. I feel like that's pretty bad. Like you would unknowingly create a 3D volume that includes a cave that you don't know about. And you would send your colonists to this cave on accident. And that would be frustrating. What's the mechanic? We're trying to like define areas in the world, a world that has like overhangs and stuff and caves, to be able to tell the colonists, so that the player can be like, hey colonists, you need to go to this area and do something. You need to go to this area and chop trees in this area. You need to go to this area. You need to stay within this area. You know, you need to get mushrooms in this area, something like that. And I'm trying to come up with a way to like sample points in the area so that I can build out this mesh, probably like a dynamic mesh, to check overlaps with, on the trees and stuff. I'm thinking about edge cases where we have overhangs and the player is like drawing this area. How would you handle an overhang? right? If you were underneath an overhang, like, and you're sampling points by doing line traces down, you know, do you include the overhang or not? And the big issue with that, like, I would say, you know, line traces would happen like this. And so the sampled surface would be here and then up here. And I would say you don't want to do this, because it would be my opinion that you don't want to do this, because then what would happen is you also do these traces down here on like a cave that the player doesn't even know exists. And then you would accidentally send your colonists into the cave. That might be dangerous and stuff. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to like think through. They had some aliens in the early prototype, but looking at the latest version of IDK, if that feature ever shipped, they do have automated robot features, which kind of do NPC things. But I don't think anyone like defines an area to do that in, right? In a 3D world. That's the unique part, I think. Because if I didn't have any areas defined and I was just like, hey, chop trees within a radius, like that's easy, right? I don't need an area defined for that. But I think because this is going to be a third-person RPG colony sim, you really need these areas. Otherwise, the player is not going to be able to express themselves, express what they want the colonists to do in a way that's not tedious as fuck. Right? And I don't know, is there a 3D game with overhangs and buildable things? PCG point volume. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, right? That is what this is doing. Okay, so this is like a voxel. Yeah, it's a voxel representation. The thing is, like, the problem with this is, like, I think I still have to do I think I have to do the line traces, guys. Because I don't, like, this is the worst case right here. Let me undo this to, like, make a more compelling example. You know what? Fucking file new. Don't save. Okay. So brown is terrain. We have like a large hill. And then we have like some sort of overhang. And then we also have like just pockets of open space. So this is like... And then we like have a big pocket over here, maybe a pocket of open space there. So this is all like terrain. This is all filled in terrain. Right? And so here's the player. We'll put the player right here. They're going to draw a box. Now, if they're looking at this point, you would say, oh, and like, you know, they started the box underneath the overhang. So the box has been started here. Right? Started here. So we got the box there. It's like when the box gets up here, what I do currently is I hit this and I cap it. Right? I cap it. But if the player runs all the way, you know, if they somehow get up here, it's pretty steep. But if they run up here and they're looking at this spot and they started it, here's the starting point. If they started it there and they're looking, you know, like right here, like what they think they want to do is something like this. Right? And then what I'm thinking of doing is I need to do line traces downwards so that I don't want this space right here, because there would be a cave right here with an entrance somewhere, and you could accidentally send your colonist in there. This is the worst case. We don't want that. I'm thinking line trace downwards. First thing you hit, you build that surface. But if I, with this big box, the issue is I would hit this surface and I would not get anything here. This surface would be left out. It would be line trace there. There. So the surface for that case would be there and here. In the small box case, though, it's a little bit better because now the surface would be here. And I think that's probably closer to what the player is representing. But when they're in this situation, I don't think the player is going to know that this overhang is causing the fucking issue. Because they're going to be looking here like, why can't I make this area bigger? It's like, well, there's an overhang blocking you. So it's like, do I give the player rope to hang themselves with, or do I prevent them from shooting themselves in the foot? Like, I can't just do the 3D volume sampler, because then I would include this, and I would have no way to filter out those points. In Godot, I would use shape casts, because they scan from the center, and Godot allows to check for ceilings. Interesting. If I'm understanding what you're saying, it would start with like a shape like this, and then it would gradually expand outwards until it hits something, probably. Which is kind of what I'm doing anyway. I'm just doing it with 4 corners of a box. But yeah, like some sort of like, I guess it's kind of like a flood fill algorithm, some sort of fill algorithm, which just sounds like the most complicated solution to this problem. You could create a it would basically be like a non-box volume, right? If you did like some sort of fill algorithm, which I imagine is what a shape cast does. And you would just create a polygon shape that would be shaped like this, like. Which again, I mean, that's really complicated. That's really complicated. I guess what I could do is I could get the voxelization of this, which just imagine this as a grid. And I start by line tracing down and get all those. And then for any one of those that is on an edge, I can trace outwards from it. And continue to get that fill. But that's also a very complicated solution to the problem. I think it's a bit simpler than doing like a fill algorithm, maybe. Overhangs are notoriously difficult to the point that people avoid them. Mandalorians is going through similar with their devlogs with their NPC sims walking under bridges. Oh, really? What makes that so complicated, I wonder? But yeah, this is why people do height map terrain. This is why they don't have caves and stuff. They have a dynamic castle builder with walls with door with basically an overhang. They talked about how a whole game update was dedicated to rebuilding their sim system to support overhangs. It's gonna be complicated no matter what. Yeah. It's all height maps, top-down nav mesh. Yeah, I remember the days. Back when I just only had a height map to worry about. Again, I could, like, the easiest way to solve this is let the player shoot themselves in the foot with this area, right? Now, if I got the voxel representation of this, let's imagine that for a second. There are my voxels. Now, if I got the voxel representation of this space, it's like which voxels are valid, which ones are invalid, right? I guess I would only want the ones that intersect the terrain. So that would be, let's just start filling these in. That would be this one, this one, this one, this one. There's a tiny one right there. That intersect the terrain. It would also be these ones here. And so these would be the ones I want to filter out. I guess I could have one that intersects both sides. I don't know. That's such a small case though. Like there would have to be these are small enough that would be like, there's a cave literally like fucking pixels underneath your feet. I feel like that's an okay case, but then how would I make sure I don't get these ones? Oh, I missed one. There's a tiny itty bitty one right there. Okay. So I could, you know, from the top of each voxel, trace down to its bottom. If it doesn't hit anything, get rid of it. Trace top to bottom. If I get a back face hit, exclude it. How would I determine if I get a back face hit? Is there a way you can ignore that? Oh. So you have to change it on the static mesh? Because I was getting backface hits on my terrain. So this, I would be technically getting those. Yeah, I guess I could use a dot product on the impact normal and the triangle normal, because those would be two different things. I could do that. Let me check my spatial mesh real quick. Impact normal. Oh, the impact normal I have is just the triangle normal. The normal of the triangle hit. Not necessarily the normal, the angle that it was impacted at. Do I have that here? Yeah, but I guess I just do the ray direction. Yeah, I would check the direction, do something like float impact face dots equals dot dot. So this isn't actually the impact normal. I would do something like that, right? And then like bool B is back face hit would be something like, yeah, impact face dot is like if it's facing in the same direction, it should be facing away if it's a front face hit. Right? So this should be, if it's a back face hit, it would be, yes, it would be, I keep having to write this out, like one is same direction is same dir, 0 is perpendicular, -1 is opposite dir. So we would want it to be less than 0 for a front face hit. So back face hit would be greater than 0. I think that's what it would be. Could you just do an A* search within the dynamic voxel and exclude the inaccessible nodes? There's an idea. There's an idea. Yeah, because I was talking about this earlier in the stream as like I'm gonna have to make like a nav mesh from this. So I guess an A* pathfinding. But how would you use an A*? Because like A* pathfinding, you just get point A to point B, and you get the voxels that are you get like the the grids that are from A to B. So how would you, like, there's like a nav mesh algorithm, right? Like there's a nav mesh algorithm. And I don't know, that might be a little heavy, a little more heavy-handed than what I need, because I feel like I could just come up with a rules-based way to filter these. Because like, if from every single one of these, here's what I was thinking: from every single voxel, trace from the top to the bottom of it. If I don't hit anything, get rid of it. If I hit terrain, well, actually, let me undo those, because I would want yeah, we do the back face thing. Let's assume that works, and then we would actually get these ones here. We would actually get these ones here. The downwards ones. Whoops. We would get those two, because we would already be filtering out the back face hits on that. Now these ones, all I would need to do is check. Well, it would filter out these ones. This same thing would filter out these ones. Is there a voxel above me that is valid? And as long as I start from top to bottom, it would filter these out. It would also filter these out, though. It would also filter those out. That approach. So yeah, so maybe. Yeah, but how would I do a mesh, like? Because then, like, yeah, I don't know what is the nav mesh algorithm that would fill this out the way I'm thinking. I don't think there is one, because it's like it either returns this and this, or it doesn't return this or this, right? I feel like I can't have my cake and eat it too here. I feel like what I was saying, where it's like, I was saying it earlier, but it's just like, if, like, for the method I just spelled out, it would exclude these and these. Now this is correct. This, correct. Bingo. This, no bueno. Okay, so I guess what I would do is, for every existing, and I would just basically maintain this as I'm building it out, but for every existing voxel that is on the edge, check the adjacent voxels. If there is an adjacent voxel that intersects the terrain, do the backface check again. Then we've got a winner. I think that's it. It's that simple. And then you can just walk your way, right? And you just redo that until you've checked every edge, every new edge. So you just do a recursion passing in the newly generated edge voxels. I think that would work, because it's like you start with, like, you just do that down trace or something like that, right? And I guess you could probably just run that algorithm. No, you'd have to do the top-down thing first, because then you would exclude that. But I mean, do you want this, right? Do you want this is the question. Now, with that problem, would you want this as a player? I don't know that you would. I don't know if you would realize that. And also, like, from the player's perspective, you're kind of defining like a surface. And so it's weird to, like, this part is a nice surface, but then it's like this is a disconnected part. And so it's like that to me, that breaks my player brain. If I'm putting myself in the shoes of the player who doesn't understand how this game works, that is confusing to the player. That's churn right there. That's frustration. You know, where did this area fucking come from? You'd have to do all nodes starting from the node that the player starts the... Yeah, you'd have to do a star from every single node. I mean, I feel like that's just way more heavy-handed than what I'm saying here. From where the player... Run the A star once when the player ends the draw location from every single node. Yeah, so if I ran A star from every single node to whatever node the player is standing in when they end it... But then that produces different results for the same shape depending on where the player starts and ends. You need it to fix the terrain, or you need it for real-time deform? I would need it to account for deformations that happen, yeah. I would need it to, so I would need to rerun the algorithm whenever a deformation happens. I'm an educator by trade with zero coding background. I'm absolutely lost and I love it. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is kind of fun stuff that I like about game development. Like these kind of interesting problems, like these are like the leak code problems that Fang wants you to think you're going to be solving when you know, do the interview, but you fucking don't. You just change protos. That's all I do. What is my purpose? You just change protos across the stack. Oh my god. That's me. That's my life. I don't do fun stuff like this. So yeah, I mean, I don't... Is there a way to filter this part out? I mean, maybe from... It may be doing what you're saying, JP, but from where the player starts it. From the node that the player... Or that's what you were saying, from where he starts it. Yeah, because if he starts it up here, and then you would do the pathfinding and you wouldn't be able to get over there. Yeah, okay, I was thinking of what you were saying backwards. I thought you said... Oh no, you said ends as well. Starts the box draw and ends. Okay, I think I just maybe misunderstood, JP, what you were talking about, but I think you might have been onto something. I still don't think running an A-star algorithm is necessary. But I think your concept of like starting this fill, whatever we decide our fill logic is, from where the player starts. Because I was talking about like, oh, if you have an adjacent voxel that intersects the terrain, you know, we can just do some recursion and fill it out, I think. I think that's very trivial, actually, in the grand scheme of things. Nexos creator, welcome in. That's exactly why I became a game dev. The development is the puzzle for me. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And you get to be like creative when you do it too and combine, you know, all these problems in new ways and stuff. You can voxelize validate only when not in error and check the neighbor's data you need. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I was saying before. No need to use the full A-star or fluid fill. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think just doing some march. It's kind of just like marching cubes, honestly. Kind of just marching cubes. But really, all I would need to do is just like build a mesh out of these cubes, right? Check for overlaps. It would be easy at that point, because there's literally a built-in function for that, right? Dynamic mesh, spawn dynamic mesh, spline to mesh. Save dynamic. Can you save dynamic mesh to asset at runtime? I think append meshes from points and like spawn dynamic mesh. So another thing we'll have to think about is like, you know, we do the filtering on here, pass it in there. Oop. Well, I guess the is this the points? I guess maybe probably that then. I don't know. I don't know which one that would need. Performance could be a problem for your really large volume. Your method makes sense. Yeah, I'm worried. Memory, I think, is my biggest bottleneck. I'm actually not, like, if I have to... I think I'm sacrificing, like, instant frame perfect computations. I don't think I need that. I'm sacrificing that for memory's sake. So if I need to rerun the algorithm, and the algorithm can run in a, within, I'll say 250 milliseconds. Because I think that what was human reaction time? Human reaction time? I thought it was like 0.25 seconds. Yeah, so 250 milliseconds, we'll say. If I can get that algorithm to run within that time, you know, I don't think I'll even need to save much. You know, I may not even need to save that in memory. I'll just run it when I need to, you know? And maybe I'll just save rather the pointers to the resources or assets that are within that area, instead of just the mesh itself. And then that way, you know, just whenever the information's always up to date. I don't have to rerun it anytime the terrain deforms, because I'm always rerunning it. You know, that could be kind of like a way to do it. Yes, but it can become unreliable. Anything saved at runtime is dicey. Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about the save to asset or whatever. Yeah, that's why I did it myself. So I like in my PCG graphs, I created my own node to serialize it. But I do treat them as volatile, and they can be like regenerated. But I overrode the static mesh spawner into my environment item spawner, And then this does serialization on those points as well. So I don't have to rerun the graph. And that's because the graph does take kind of a considerable amount of time to run. Like these ones take too long to run, I think. And so I just save all like the output resource points. And whenever the colonists need to figure out where something is, they can load the cached, not cached, but serialized data. I transitioned to digital art, 2D and 3D not too long ago. I've had a lot of fun creating things, so I'd love to get my head around coding. It seems like an art in itself. It is. It 100% is. Yeah, it's like, yeah, creative problem solving is definitely an art in a way. I've always seen like video games as like the ultimate art form, and that sounds like cringy and cheesy as fuck, but like, how else are you like combining literally every other aspect of like art, right? You have the visual art, like the painting artistry type thing. You have music art. There's an art even in game design and gameplay. There is an art in coding, right? Sound design, music, you know, all these things come together into like a really, really fucking awesome experience. And so I think that's really fucking cool. Yeah, and like what other art can you like experience, right? Like you could say a movie. Yeah, you can experience a movie, but you're not in there making decisions, you know what I mean? There's something entirely different to that. And it makes me so pissed off that my parents would fucking say that I played video games too much when I was a kid. It's like, dude, you guys are watching fucking Fox News all goddamn day. Shut the fuck up. That's way worse for your brain than fucking playing World of Warcraft, mom, dad. I am making decisions. I'm being social with my friends. Yeah, I will not have the same take with my kids. But you know, there too much can be too much. If you get obsessed with a video game, obviously there's a limit to what you do. But I'm not going to be a hypocrite about it. That's why Unreal became the juggernaut that it did. Yeah, well, thanks Unreal Tournament. Really, it's Unreal Tournament and then Gears of War, I think were the biggest catalysts, right? Blueprint's an incredible way to get your feet wet. It's a very artist-friendly way to introduce C++ with real-world feedback. Yeah, it's more so just like the logic, right? Methods of building systems and logic, yeah. Yeah, just learning what makes things do things, really. Yeah, so I start the algorithm from where I start the volume, and I think that works. I think it works. So I'm gonna type this down real quick. Let's get this down in some notes. Oh my god. Okay. Colony Sim things, player defined areas. Voxelize the box. Voxelize the voxel. The box. I'll know what box means. Voxelize the box is step 1. Step 2 is start from the voxel that the player started the area on. So that's going to be something I have to save. Right, well, I already have the place location, so I can derive the voxel from that, probably. I'll say start on the voxel that the player started the area with. Walk outwards from that, or maybe walk, you know, check adjacent voxels. If those voxels intersect terrain from top to bottom without any backface hits, it is a valid voxel. And I guess like checking that this start voxel, I'll need to do some. I'll need to check. I'll say check if starting point is valid start voxel, because like you won't be able to place like if the player is staring at the ceiling here, that's not a valid voxel, right? So I will need to do some checking on that. So you can't start, the downside of this approach is that you can't start a surface from the ceiling, and I think that fucking makes sense. I don't think you'd ever want that. I'm happy with that. Check if starting point is valid start voxel, start on the voxel that player started the area with. Check adjacent voxels. If those voxels intersect terrain from top to bottom without any backface hits, it's a valid voxel, and then I'll recurse. And I'll do that again with all the newly added ones. Recurse until there are no more new valid adjacent voxels. I like this. I'm happy with this. This feels good. It feels sufficiently complex for the problem. You know what I mean? We're not doing some crazy flood fill algorithm or A-star pathfinding. We're not building an entire fucking nav mesh with this. This feels right. This is I'm getting a just right feeling from this, and I love that for me. Adder, where you suggest I start with blueprints. I assume it uses its own language, that's logic. Adder, start by making a tiny game, something super simple like mega basic tower defense of 0.5D platformer with a single level and a couple enemy types. As examples, it'll take 10 times longer than you think, but you'll come out the other side as a proper dev. Ready to tackle dream projects. So I'll give an opposite take to that. Adder is a seasoned veteran, so his opinion is worth a lot. I take an opposite approach where I personally need a project that I am interested in, and for me a simple project, it would be a lot harder for me to come up with a simple project that I am interested in. This project that I'm working on is not simple, but this is how I started game dev. So for me, the motivation to work on the project is important, and what you just need to, it's really just about getting a simple problem. You know, the project itself doesn't necessarily need to be small, but you need to be able to break whatever project you have down into something small. Like, don't go for your final vision up front. You have to take whatever your final vision is and like distill that down into its simplest, stupidest version. Try that. Now, this also, what approach you go with depends on who you are as a person. It also depends on what your goals are. If your goals are to make just a game, then yeah, I agree, starting with a small game is going to get you to that goal faster. My goal is not to make a game. My goal is to work on this game, a game that I want to play, right? So you have to think about what your goals are as well. It's like, do I want to just learn? You know, that could be a goal as well. You may not want to make a game at all. You just want to learn. And then you just have to come up with a project that has things in it, has systems in it that you're interested to learn. And it doesn't really matter about the size of the project, really, you know? So just, there's different ways to approach it, but you'll have to figure out what's best for you. That's my advice. My counter to Adder advice. Yeah, and there's tons and tons of YouTube. I kind of hate that videos are like the go-to place for like Unreal Engine knowledge because you can't search them very well. But there are tons and tons of YouTube videos on Unreal Engine stuff. I would say more so than like forum posts and stuff like that, which is frustrating. And I think that is kind of the downside of blueprints, because now it's all visual and you can't really like encode that into text search very well. So that's why people are doing the videos and stuff, because that is the most effective way to communicate it. But it's not the most effective way to find it. So, food for thought, I suppose. I start at the forums. I only dig through YouTube when I can't find it in the forums, and I also can't figure it out on my own. There's very few. Like YouTube videos are like I hate learning from videos, because like I also can't define how fast I can do it at, right? I am stuck to how fast they convey the information. And it's not, if it's text form, I can skim it, I can search through it, I can find the relevant pieces of information. When it's video, I gotta fucking sit there and watch the whole video. I like your counter adder thoughts. Yeah, I mean, I think we have the same underlying principle to our thoughts. And it starts small, but small can mean different things. And I think that's just what I was trying to point out. And you need to personalize that to yourself, I think, to be successful. Like, you can't expect to do things the same as other people and have the same results because you're a different person. I think that's important as well. I set YouTube videos to like 1.5 speed. Yeah, me too. Me too. Instant. That's the first thing I do. I'm happy with this though. Let's fucking get coding, boys. Let's fucking get coding. So, should I run this algorithm outside of, and honestly, so do I still need the mesh for, maybe let's think through let's think through after this, right? Do I still need the mesh, or is there some way I can do this more efficiently? I mean, I don't know. Let's just do the simplest thing. The simplest thing right now would be to just pop it into a dynamic mesh, keep the dynamic mesh in memory. So, I'll say build dynamic mesh out of valid voxels. Ooh, but you know what? Let me look at this. Let me think about this case. So actually, this case that we are in. So for this case that we're in, imagine this box goes down. It would only include up here because this is an overhang. This is an overhang. So the voxels on this would be pretty much all, like up until this one, which this one might be completely vertical. So the voxels on this might be, well, but then what would happen is we would get to this one here, and then this one would flood fill. Okay, so that would actually kind of work, but there is a scenario we need to think about where we have a scenario like this, where there's just very, very slight, small overhangs. With the way the algorithm conceptually works, it would negate anything down here. And maybe only because this one is completely vertical, but there is a situation where that one's not completely vertical. It might actually not be. I can't. It's kind of hard to tell. Because I guess I would be filtering by ceiling normal as well. Let me write that down. From top to bottom. We get to that voxel, we go down without any backface hits. And I guess I'm just using like the center of the voxel or something. I would just be using the center of the voxel, center top to center bottom. It's a valid from top to bottom without any does that work for the impact normal? I guess it would, right? The impact normal needs to be going away from the trace direction. So yeah, I think that automatically handles that. Build dynamic mesh out of valid voxels. For now, keep mesh in memory. Check for overlaps when colonist queries area. Then I would need to like rerun it too. I guess when we get to this point, we'll see how long it takes the graph to run. And obviously it's going to take longer to run for larger areas. Maybe I could cap the size of an area. I don't want to do that though. The problem with building the dynamic meshes is that I've seen the geometry script library. The larger the mesh is, the more likely it is to be non-deterministic, which is an issue. Because there's a lot of thresholding that they do with the, what do they call it? The winding, it's like a winding method or something like that. This. It does a lot of this. Which is just like, I'm already confused. It is definitely possible to build an entire game in blueprints. Blueprints are, like, if you need to do like performance intensive things, blueprints aren't the best for it. Like, my procedural terrain needs to be very performant. That's all. That is probably something that needs to happen all in C++. My ECS system needs to be super performant, so that all needs to happen in C++. But if you're just making like, you're making the type of game that like Unreal Engine is like, kind of has built-in support for, you can probably do like almost everything in blueprints, right? Mortal Shell 2 is 80% blueprints. That's kind of nuts. I mean, that just kind of speaks to the power of them. I would get frustrated though, because I would be trying to use methods that don't exist in blueprints. Adder, are you guys doing anything that's like... Are you guys doing... How would I frame this question? Yeah, are you guys like doing anything that's like not kind of built-in supported by Unreal Engine? Do you know what I mean by that? Like for me, obviously, like my ECS system, like it was not built-in supported by Unreal Engine. The procedural terrain was not built-in supported by Unreal Engine. Like, is there anything like that? Like that you guys are doing that's not, I mean, I don't, maybe you can't talk about it, but just wondering if you're like going, if you're going outside the bounds of what Unreal Engine is capable of, or if you're staying within those bounds. Because I would think like the more you stay within the bounds of like what Unreal Engine is capable of, like the easier time you have with blueprints, with making it all blueprints, I guess. We intentionally limit how much custom stuff we build to limit pre-release debugging to maximize Epic's tech support. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. And like, you could make a fucking awesome game without doing anything too crazy, you know? Fortunately, I'm a masochist, so I don't do that. And how would this, what do I want to do with that case? What do I want to do with this case where like a bit of the terrain pokes out of the bounds of the box? I could trace downwards at the voxel resolution, or maybe not even at the voxel resolution, to like come up with the maximum height. Because right now I just do it from the corners. I'm only tracing down from the corners to come up with where the max height should be. But maybe I should do it across the... God, there's going to be so many line traces every frame. How many line traces per frame is too much? Tune in to find out. Tune in later to find out. God, is it fucking noon already? I'm streaming for 3 hours. Almost. We definitely have custom systems, specifically a full custom audio and weather system, as well as some global narrative systems. Or global narrative event stuff, but source code changes are always a discussion amongst the team. As they should be, I suppose, yeah. I definitely wouldn't want to do it without a good reason, too. A lot of our custom stuff is bundled into plugins, so the engine remains modular and we avoid source changes, makes updating the engine easier. So do any of your engines do something that the built-in ones... Or any, what did I just say? Do any of your systems do anything that like the built-in ones don't do, or does it just do it like in a way that you want it to? Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Like there's a reason that you guys wrote your own system, and I'm wondering what that reason is. But I get there's probably not a general answer for that, so feel free to ignore that question. I need some water, and I need to take my dogs out. So I need to take a quick break, and then I think we'll get into actually programming this. And so I think we'll probably just you know, build the. Can I just output the voxel? I mean, I could come up with voxels in C++ pretty easily, right? Should I do this in PCG even? Now that I've broken this down, I feel like I don't necessarily need PCG. Like, I know how to do all this. And again, doing it in C is going to be way faster. Let's do it in C. We're going to do it all in C. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to take a quick break. I would encourage you all to do the same. Stretch, get some water, you know, that kind of stuff. Middle, welcome in. Usually more performant and easier to implement than out of the box. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like easier to work with when you make your own, milk your own. Echo of room more is my assumption. Yeah. The agent of chaos himself was here. I wouldn't use PCG unless you had to. It was sounding nice. Like it has the capabilities of what I want the algorithm to do. But yeah, if I feel like it's going to be not too bad to just do it from C++. So I think that's how I'll start at least. The actual master is here. Yeah, together we make a dysfunctional game development studio. Twitch does game dev. But yeah, I need to be right back. I'm going to take probably like a 10-minute break. And then I'll be back. Okay. All right, the YouTube Shorts viewers are gone. Now we can actually get some work done. What are you guys fucking talking about here? What are you guys fucking talking about here? Let me catch up on chat for a sec. I'm in the depths of metahuman and motion matching. Fun. Has anyone tried that the metahuman facial capture thing that they announced at the last State of Unreal thing? Yeah, the motion matching seems so... I'm not even going to touch that. I'm not even going to try. How do you like State Machine so far? I've heard mixed things. I haven't made the dive yet, but will be early next year. Like, I like state trees, if that's what you mean. But if you're talking like state as in like animation stuff, I can't talk on behalf of that. If you're talking about state trees, I like them conceptually, but they're still in development and need a little bit more work. So hopefully if that is what you're talking about, early next year, they'll be better. Is link allowed? Yeah, you can post links. I am developing my own game. Yes. I took over the stream. Yeah, you guys did. Next team. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Exclamation mark PC. What are you hoping to... What information are you wanting from that? I do not have any commands. Are you asking what my PC is? Okay, let's I think let's first start by cleaning all of this up. This is just like misc fixes, right? Everything except spatial mesh, I think, should probably be committed. Yeah, this is just like misc fixes. This is a misc fix commit. It's not a Mac. Hey, Jared does his best. Thank you for the follow and the subscription. It's very nice of you. The Prime sub. Thank you so much. You have joined the club. There's your star. Oh my god, so many sounds played. Thank you. I appreciate that. BRB pulled into a meeting. Good luck with your meeting. I will be here in the background. Yeah, let's just commit this. This is just like, I don't know, like weak pointer updates. Misc fixes. Okay, so what we're going to be working on now is an algorithm of sorts. Let's clear up the workspace here. Spatial mesh. Okay, I can delete that, I suppose. Okay, so I'm gonna start cooking. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Voxelize the voxel. Voxelize the voxel. So I have a generic utils file for this. Let's open that up that I already did some of this in C. And I think maybe I want to take this out into its own file, perhaps. Where's the building system? There it is. Calculate area transform is the function. So either I create like an area utils, like buildable area utils. Or just maybe just a building utils, I think would probably be better at this point. Let's just do building utils. Building utils. Okay, and then let's just, we'll just take everything here. Throw it in there. Okay, do we need to import anything? Just U, basically, there. Okay. Almost there. Okay, now we're there. Now we just need to change everything else. So I guess that maybe this could be a commit. And this is probably all in like building object actor. Oh, it needs to be like public too. Whoops. Okay, let's try to rebuild. It'll tell me where the boo-boos are. The course I've been taking for one of the C++ tests, I forgot to name my file type, so for 40 minutes it wouldn't compile. I was mad at myself. Oh yeah, those issues do happen. The one-line issues that take hours to figure out or something. We've all been there. We've all been there. Okay, we are building. We are building. I guess I can add is backface hit to I guess I can add it as a utility function as well. Oh, that was all the utils I needed to change. Now I imagine there's going to be some blueprints that are broken. I imagine. I'll close that for now. I suppose that's fine. Okay, building utils. What's our new function going to be? It's going to return a dynamic mesh pointer. No, U dynamic mesh pointer. This is going to be what do we call this? Build area mesh. That's what we're going to call that. Now we need to take in the box. F box. You can go up there. We need to take in the F box, and this is going to be the bounding box, which should have all the location information I need. I will need the starting point. Placed location, yes. And then I will need a parameter for the like resolution of the voxel. Do I need anything else? And I need to do this for more than just terrain, because before I was typing out that I need to do this for terrain, but it's actually, I'll need to do it for like inside buildings and stuff as well. The trace will need to be for not just terrain, but for world static, world dynamic, I think. Build dynamic mesh, not keep in memory, check for overlaps in the colonist. Yeah, I think it seems like far too simple of a signature. We'll probably need to add some more things there as we come across it. Dynamic mesh. Dynamic mesh, return that at the end here. Dynamic mesh. Clear internal flags. I want the async one. Clear that once we're done with it. Okay, so we have that initialized. Let's fix our probably, yes, open all of the broken. Actor is landscape. Actor is landscape. Is that it? BP building area, right. Yes, calculate area transform. Okay. Compile? Okay, we're good. So all that's good. Save all. I'd like to see the performance of using dynamic mesh. How big can you make them? I mean, all my terrain chunks are dynamic meshes as well, so at least that big. I can confirm that. At least 12,000 by 12,000 by 12,000. Okay, so now it begins. So we need to voxelize the bounding box. And so I really just need to use the voxel size. It's kind of like my step size, right? And so I guess I need to take the bounding box dot get, let's just like extract some of these, probably min and max or something like that is what we'll need. I need to know like the count, right? Do I need to know the count because we need to iterate through every single one? No, because then we just start from the starting point. So I need to find the location of the starting voxel. Which is like the location of the starting voxel is like the place location is the corner of the voxel. So I need to like grid snap the placed location. To like get the voxel location, right? And I guess I only want to grid snap it X and Y. I want to like make a grid where the corner of it is the place location. So I know I can do something like placed location dot grid snap to voxel size, but I don't know if that actually gives me what I want. Starting voxel. I can probably test that real quick by doing like a draw debug box, and then we can grid snap place location. Not what I want. Vector snap to grid, and we're gonna do like 30, right? Let's do 50 right now just to make it easy, to make the math easy. Center, extent, I guess 50, right? Line color, blue, because that's what I did in the drawing. Rotation, yeah, that can just be zeros for now. Duration thing, yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Go to the test level. There is the grid snapped box, so it centers it. It centers it. Okay, so we need to grid snap it and offset it by half the size. Starting voxel, so it'd be grid snap, voxel size minus f vector of voxel size divided by 2. 2 dot capital F. Do you see that fucking suggestion? It's not capital F. Get out of here with that. Get out of here. Get out of town. Starting voxel. Okay, so let's confirm real quick. So center, and then we would subtract 25. Maybe I need to add 25 actually. We'll see. Yeah, restart. That didn't do what I expected. Oh, the extent was too big. Extent should be 25. Should be half. Dum. Okay, now it got offset the wrong way, so it does need to be plus. It does need to be plus. Change this to float or whatever. Yeah, thank you. Add half size. Burlesque span, hello. Oh shit. Okay, wait a second. So it's not plus and it's not minus. I have to do plus and minus. Shit. That's annoying. Which direction do I need to plus it in? Okay, change that back to a vector. So the Z definitely needs to be negative 25. And then either X or Y needs to be as well. That's kind of annoying. Why is that, I wonder? Okay, I did the wrong one. Of course I picked the wrong one first. There we go. There's the voxel. Let me take a peek. It disappeared. Okay, I guess I just have to look at it like that. Okay, so it's aligning it to the starting location. I actually think I want to move it up. I actually think I want it to be moved up. So this should be 25 there. Yeah. So there's our voxel. And yeah, I guess I kind of do want it to start on the bottom corner, actually. So I need the starting point, but placed location. Let's call this F vector starting point box corner equals, we'll do we're going to create an F vector here, which is going to be, actually that's almost close, that's close to what I wanted. Basically place location dot xy, but the z is that, and then that's what we use to grid snap. Let's test that real quick. And honestly, I'm going to need a function for testing if the starting voxel is valid to allow or disallow the player of creating it. So maybe I should just write that real quick and we'll use that to test. Yeah, let's write that real quick. Oh yeah, I will need a world context object. Yes, we will do be needing that. Okay. U function. Yeah, that's good. Static bool is valid area start voxel. Start point. We'll say start point. We do need the world context object. And I guess we just need the F vector location. Okay, and then we'll do the debug drawing in here. We would also need to do the line trace too for the start voxel. Let's do this. Oh, do I need the box? Would I need the box in here? Oh, I would also need the voxel size for sure. Okay, maybe we need all the same parameters. So I'm calculating the area box and then passing it in and seeing if it's I mean, I suppose that's fine. Suppose that's fine. Starting voxel. Just return true for now, and then we can draw a debug box. Get world. Let's do an early out here if world context object or world context object. Get world. Or yeah, voxel. If voxel size less than 0, return false. Yeah, early out. Okay. We've handled the thing. Draw debug box. You want center extent color. Okay, so center is going to be starting voxel, and then extent is going to be voxel size divided by 2, an F vector, of course. F vector of voxel size divided by 2F, and then F color blue. Okay. And we will just return true, and we will need to rebuild. And then after this is when we will need to do the U trace utils line trace single for objects, world context object get world, of course, and your params are the f my hit result, Starting, I'm doing a line trace. It should be from the top. So we will want to do some like vector trace start equals starting voxel. Starting voxel dot x y plus let's do let me save like a half size variable. Float voxel, this is extent, which is same as half size, right? Minus extent plus voxel x, wait, what? Oh yeah, make it a vector actually. Okay, you can't initialize it like that. Cool, cool. Voxel extent minus the extent, which is not actually going to be the case, which is kind of annoying. The starting voxel, what did I say it was? Starting voxel x, I think was... Y I think was minus, right? Or did I think I had it flipped. I think it's like this. And then Z was plus. I think that was it. I feel like voxel extent should be a float, actually. And call it voxel half size. That feels weird. That feels weird. Plus voxel half size is the trace start, and the trace end is the same thing. Minus half size. Cool. Okay, so trace start, trace end. What else do you want? Start, end, object types, of course. Let me copy that from somewhere that I already did it in. There we go. Auto object types equals this. ECC terrain, world dynamic, world static. Okay, object types. And ignored actors, which I suppose should be the... I should ignore the thing, which should just be the world context object. But maybe I should just pass that in manually, just to make sure that the area is actually the one that's used here. So let's do that. It's gonna be a actor. I'll just say area actor. I mean, I don't know. I think just using, I'm just gonna use the world context object. Ignore the world context object. So x10 is like the square equivalent of a radius. Yeah, basically. Basically. Really, I'm like, you really can't. Oh, it's an ignored actor, so it has to be an actor. Okay, yeah, we do need it to ignore the we do need it to ignore the area actor, so we have to do that, which feels bad. Area actor. What? You can't convert that to an array. Oh. Ignored actors. What? Wait, what? Oh my god, because it's const? Are you serious? Okay, I mean, that's fine, but that's super annoying. So they didn't mark ignored actors as const. Is that my fault? Or is that because... Is ignored actors a const array? It's fucking not. Oh wait, you can add it this way though. Okay, so I think I can const. Does that still work? Okay, I still can. Okay. Oof. Oof. Okay. Building utils. Now I don't have to do that. It can still be const. Serial killer. Hello. Add it. Wait, no. Oh, I have to like specify you as const now. Okay, but now we can like probably inline initialize this. Okay, but then this needs to be const as well. No. Const t-ray const actor, right? What's been the hardest thing so far? I will say doing the weighted average distance-based blend on the procedural biome terrain chunk blending, like the terrain noise blending, was pretty difficult. I will say connecting the height map procedural noise to the 3D noise in like a custom merging cubes compute shader was pretty difficult as well. But the most difficult thing, animation. It's just animation. Okay, finally we have our fucking ignored actors. Which, can I just pass this straight in now? Are you gonna be happy with that? Ugh, Jesus, that was so annoying. Ignored actors drop debug false. Yeah, I don't think I really care about showing that. We do need to do bool be hit, I think maybe. If we don't hit anything, I'll just say if we don't hit anything, we return false, because it's not a valid voxel. There's so much custom shit in here, it seems like a bit of a constant struggle. Does it seem, is that how I'm coming off? Is that, am I coming off? I'm having fun. I have a lot of fun. It's just part of the process. It's like putting together IKEA furniture. There's just a lot of cursing involved. Instructions? No, I don't need documentation. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, babe. Struggle can be fun. Agreed. Okay, so hit results. If we have a hit result, let me do the backface thing. Well, I only have that information from inside the spatial mesh. Right, the ray. Well, I have the impact normal. And I will have the start and end. Okay, I can do this from outside. I can do this from outside of this. We're gonna do this here. It's an array direction. It's gonna be f vector trace dir, which is just going to be, yeah, end start get safe normal. And then hit result dot impact normal. Okay, is backface hit? If B is backface hit, return false. Otherwise, return true. Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks animation code is annoying. I just never, like the rest of this stuff, like this super algorithmy stuff has like a discrete solution. You know what I mean? Like when you do it, you know when you're done because you solved the problem and it works. With animation, it can always look better, you know? And it's just very squishy, and I don't like it. The problem space is squishy. Is this all I need to do if it's not open air? If it's not open air or back face hit, that's what I wrote down, right? Okay, so I think this is good. Do I need... I'm just going to go ahead and rebuild. We're going to rebuild that, and we'll call it from within the area thing, and then that way we can test it. Animation takes noodling. Yeah, you do have to play with the noodles too, which is another thing I don't like. Just use WoW animation. Fuck it. I mean, that's what I've been doing. But getting them retargeted onto the UE4 skeleton, like, you should have seen the skeleton that came out of WoW, vanilla WoW. It was fucking... It's a crazy looking skeleton. What did I do here? Line trace single for objects. Can't convert from... Where is this from? In trace utils? And they're also 24 FPS, not 30. And so there was a ton of issues with that as well. And like blending, you still have to handle the blending between animations, which is horrible. I don't like. Where is the actual issue here? It says it can't... can I seriously not do const? I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I feel like I tried to do this before at some point, actually. Why are you pointing at me? Oh my god. Okay, fine. We're not gonna do the const actors. Fine. Fine. Have it your way. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets. No more const area actor. I meant noodling in the art way where you have to slowly change small bits of it for aesthetics. Oh, yeah, I guess that's the part I hate. I didn't know it was called that, but yes, that's the part I hate. I like solving a problem, and like animation, it's not a discrete problem space that I can solve. And so it's very frustrating for me. I do think like great animations make a game though, so it's very important to me to have good animations, which just makes it even more frustrating. Okay. That is the wrong direction. That is the wrong... Oh, and I wanted to use the min. Did I end up using that? I did use the Z-min. Oh, I don't... The starting voxel... How's the programming going? It's going good. It's going good. Not too bad. We're solving kind of a complex problem at the moment. I won't get into the details, but it looks like this. Here's the MS Paint for it. So complicated enough, suffice to say. I think all of these should be flipped. I think all of these should be flipped. There be an AI animator by the time you get around to it. I have seen some AI generated animations. I've seen some things. I don't want that vibe when it comes to assets. Are you winning, son? Not yet. Not yet. My voxel doesn't want a voxel. It's not. Oh, I'm not even. I forgot. I didn't even tie it up together. I'm fucking dumb. Fucking dumb, dude. Build voxel, or what did I fucking call it? Is valid area start point. Self, where's the box at? We have the box somewhere. The box is somewhere. Oh yeah, and this should be... Do we not have the box? Oh, it's probably in... It's within calculate area transform, probably. Is that where we do the voxel? Oh, the voxel is within here. I've forgotten. Okay, so we're gonna have to wire this up in here. Which we don't have the fucking area actor. Shit. Well, we can create the voxel from this. We should be able to. Make box. Min and max. Okay, so get location. What? Oh, I need to break transform. Okay, now let's do is valid start soft. Is valid area start point. Okay, now we have the box. Place location. Voxel size. We're just gonna go 50 for now. 50. Self. And then I guess I need to like attach that to something, right? Otherwise it's not gonna run. I guess I'll just do like a print. Okay. You, sir, your voxel got messed up. Okay, I messed up the voxel. Ah, Christ, you cooked the shit out of it. I do think minus, though. The bounding box... What is it? Hang on. Fucking someone's at my door. Just a package. My dogs are just fucking... hyenas. I'm gonna get some milk, son. Okay, go for it. I feel like I have to signal like D&D table talk. We're speaking like an artist, so you know the words have different meaning. Yeah, probably. Probably. Moxie! I don't know. Me no art talk good, I think is the answer here. Okay, yeah, your bottom, you've got a bit of a soggy bottom there. A bit of a soggy bottom. I thought I could do bounding box min.z. Starting box corner, and then we snap it to the voxel size. So the Z though, I guess the Z should not be snapped to... It should just be set equal to the bounding box thingo, right? Am I thinking about that right? Okay, I do think the middle did get set there, but it needs to be that minus voxel half size. I'll just say, don't snap Z, start it at bottom of the bounding box. Yeah. Okay, yes, that, okay, I need to add, not subtract. I'll get it eventually. I'll make the right decision eventually. I'm just a 100 monkeys slapping at a keyboard. I'll get there. Okay, that is the starting voxel. Is valid area start is false. That's not what I wanted. I assume that's because we're not getting there, but we're getting a false hit. Is that true? Is that true? It is true. We are not getting a hit. Starting... Excuse me. Sovereign, welcome in, buddy. You're just in time to see me die a little on the inside. Got a question maybe you've run into, if you don't mind. Is it safe to do line traces on a separate thread from the game thread? I seem to be doing them fine. I don't know how safe it is. I don't know how safe it is. I haven't noticed any issues, though. That doesn't mean that what I'm doing is right, though. Okay, so yeah, we're not getting proper trace starts and ends. So let's, I guess, debug draw the trace. Turning cog is turning a new leaf. He's turning a new cog. He was once a baby cog. Now he was a grown adult cog. I'll probably be fine then, hopefully. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself as well. I hope that remains true. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm going to do this thing that feels probably not right, and I hope it doesn't bite me in the ass later. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Oh, no. The starting voxel changes. Oh, no. Depending on the direction of the... Depending on the direction of the max. Oh, boy. The trace looks correct. Why aren't you hitting anything, though? I'm doing a trace for objects. Rain, world dynamic, world static. You are world static. The frick? Okay, that one is getting a hit. Okay, so that's good that it works on this terrain, but I need it to work on the I need it to work on the test terrain. Why doesn't it get the hit on world static? Oh, because we do an if else. This is gonna be annoying if if we don't trace terrain or it's greater than 1, we can do that. Because I want to skip this other line trace if we're only basically if it's terrain and only 1, we shouldn't do this. Let's do only terrain, only terrain, only chunks. Subscribe to my only chunks. If it's not only terrain. Okay, that's the issue. Oxy, I don't need your sass right now. Okay, so it's false. We'll change it to true here once the live coding runs. Littering and valid start box. Nice. Okay. So we've got our valid start voxel. Now we need to fix the fucking direction, like the direction that the voxel is in. Because I didn't think about that changing based on where the max is at. So it's really like starting voxel x equals it's gonna be, I gotta like flip if it's oh god, okay, hang on. So we're gonna do if bounding box dot max there's got to be a better way to do it than this. Like, this is not the most clean. There's some math way to do this, right? I'm gonna ask AI once I finish writing this. Like, that's yeah. And I should I be tracing down? I guess I do need to do the downwards version too. If bounding box dot max dot z, if the max is less than the starting voxel z, the min and the max z is always going to be, it should be, I should probably use placed location. Okay. Okay, AI, help me. There's a math way to do this. I know there has to be. New conversation. Who do we want to use? Quad 4? Can I use 4? Hope so. Add context. Building utils. There's gotta be a cleaner, mathier way. Yeah, let me expand this so you guys can see me prompt. Yeah, here's the vibe coding in action. There's gotta be a cleaner, mathier way to get the starting voxel rather than a bunch of branching if statements in is valid area start point. Quad 4, give it to me. Ooh. Trying to make that shit simple and elegant, it seems like the hardest part sometimes. Sometimes just doing the simplest solution to a problem is all it really takes. Like the engineers that are like just over-engineer solutions, I think, are worse at that. Like the tech enthusiast type engineers, you know what I mean? Where they just like want to use all like, they want to do everything the fancy way. That's not necessarily like the most understandable way. Dr. Elliott, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? How we doing? We're doing a little bit of vibe coding here. You're right. Branching logic for calculating starting vox. Use simplify math. Here's a cleaner approach. Use current code and this can be replaced with a single mathematical operation using the sign of the difference. Using the sign of the difference between the bounding box and the place location. Use math to determine offset location. What is sign? I don't know what that is. Okay. Jesus, take the wheel. I mean, AI, take the wheel. We don't need the parens. The parens. What does sign do? 1, 0, or -1, depending on the relation of t to 0. Okay, that's new for me. That's new for me. Okay, that seems reasonable. I think, though, that the bounding box min and max, like the place location, I think we need to use the min if like the dragged z. I guess I don't really know. Well, no, because the z. I guess let's just fucking see if it works. Let's just fucking see if it works. Aha. That's not right. Damn it, Claude. Okay, I think I just got it backwards, though. Okay, I think I just got it backwards. So I think we can just do like a negative that. Flip that. But I guess, but I guess it's like, do I need to add X and subtract Y? I forget. That one's right. It's not offsetting it enough, right? Also, the Z is bad now. That should be sticking out of the ground. Times voxel half size? Maybe just times voxel size. I don't know who's in charge of these names, but come on. Sine, sine, and sine. I mean, I guess mathematically, they like the mathematicians probably understand the difference between them. But for us mere mortals, it's a different. Okay, now that one's offset too much. Okay, go back to my branching logic. You know what? I don't even know if that branching logic is correct. You know what? Okay, now it doesn't fucking change at all. Okay. Sick. Bounding box min max min. Is that what I need to do? I need to subtract them. Right. I mean, I think it had the right idea by using the sine thing. I think, but Claude, I'm sorry, but you got it wrong. I think the complexities of the Unreal Engine coordinate system threw you off a bit there. The idiosyncrasies. Okay, it's still not fucking doing anything. God damn it. Okay, Claude, give that back to me. What were you doing here? You did placed location minus max. So what was the what threw you off here then? This one I think needs to be swapped. But starting voxel offset direction. Okay, let's go back to this. This does seem like more elegant. And that did change. This did change the direction properly. Placed location. The placed location minus the bounding box max. I am not adding anyone on Discord. If I want your Discord, I'll ask for it. Okay, so yeah, I determined that that was the wrong direction, right? Man, my kingdom for instant live coding, please. So I'm doing the starting voxel, which is snap to the voxel size. There's one of these that I don't need to do anything on, I think. Offset direction. I think I have to change the values depending on which direction it's going. Change the amount that I move it at. Do I not just move it over an entire voxel? Let me try this. Add that. Or no, we don't add it. We flip it. Because that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense to do that. Flip it. And if that doesn't work, we do it on the other one. Cancel it. Try to run. Have a good weekend. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Adder. Have a good weekend to you as well. Thanks for hanging out. Which Followbot, welcome back. Whoops. There's a nice little graph. Flip it, twist it, pop it. You're triggering the hell out of me. Okay, and I think should we keep it? Let's do voxel. I would think it would be voxel size, but we'll do voxel half size. Fine. Keep it voxel half size. Keep it voxel half size. I'm gonna get this eventually. I'm literally a monkey right now. I'm a monkey just hitting the keyboard. We're gonna try it and see if it works. Make me a mod. No. No. That went the wrong way. Okay, I think again I chose the wrong one. Again, I chose the wrong one. So do this. Maybe I need to do min? I don't know. Why are we doing max? Should I do min on one and max on the other? Used to stream middle? I never knew that. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Why won't you snap to the right location? You literally went the opposite direction. Do we add? AI, damn it. Should I be using min? Let's just try min and see what happens. You are such... You little money boy. Thank you, buddy. Oh, thank you. Okay. Back in the days, huh? Okay, that... Why is it so difficult? I feel like I'm making this so much harder on myself than it needs to be. And let's just say like that. Oh, all caps. I don't know if I want to talk to the AI in all caps. It feels like I'm gonna get taken out first if I do that. That doesn't seem to work completely properly. Some directions work, but it doesn't move it over fully, but it only moves it half in all but one direction. Okay, Claude, just try and fucking figure that out while I try to figure it out too. Yeah, see, this is just going the wrong way now. Bounding box gets center instead of min. Okay, we'll try that. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I guess that seems more consistent, yeah. Oh, that's working. I just need to flip it. That looked like it was working. I really like stream, but work slowly took over. I want to start again in the future, but might be only on weekends. Yeah, I feel similarly. Like you gotta spend time with you know, social life as well. Girlfriend. There we go. We did it. Thanks, Claude. Thank you, Claude. Everyone say thank you, Claude. Now this one is interesting. I mean, I guess that's like, I don't know. That's a fine case, right? GG, Claude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, is the bottom still correct? The bottom is still correct. We have our starting voxel. We have our starting voxel. Use math to determine offset direction based on the side of the bounding. Yeah. Math and logic. Fucking stupid problem destroyed with math and logic. Okay. Now, what do I do? now what? I forgot like the whole point of this. Voxelize the box. Check if starting point is valid voxel. Start on the voxel that the player has started the area with. Yes, check adjacent voxel, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now I guess I need the voxel stepping functionality. So now I need to step this voxel. I need to take the starting voxel, right? So this is a place location. Actually, once we're in here, like this should actually be the starting voxel location. I'll just call it starting voxel. So we're just gonna have that up front, I think. Well, I guess I need is valid area start point. I need another function actually to get that. So it's just going to be I'll just say get area voxel. And I will need to take in the box. I will need to take in at least this information, right? I don't think we're not going to be doing any line tracing, right? So I don't need the area actor. But just getting the voxel for this particular location. So it shouldn't be place location, just location. And then I'll need to, I think just do this, right? Place location, then just changes into location. If I don't hit the wrong button. And then return starting voxel, which then just becomes voxel. So get, and then we can replace starting voxel. We can go all of that, get area voxel. Oh, it's looking so much cleaner. Place location, voxel size, perfect. Voxel half size. Sure, that's fine. Okay, so now I can get the starting voxel, but I guess this build area mesh, if we give it the starting location, I mean, I guess change this back to place location. Place that back. Change that back, change it back. Okay. Okay, so F vector, let's just say like if is valid area start point, and I guess let's just might as well pass in area actor now too. Might as well. We have the same parami boys here. So area actor, bounding box, place location. If it's not a valid one, return dynamic mesh. I just return the fucking dynamic mesh here at the end. Actually, probably return null pointer or something, right? Yeah, let's just return null pointer there. Okay. So let's do F vector starting voxel, get area voxel. Okay, so let's write a little comment about what we're doing. So what we're gonna do, what do I call this? We want to build a mesh out of valid voxels. So actually, let's create a function for is valid voxel too, because we'll need to reuse that. Static bool is valid voxel. And so that's going to be basically all of that. I don't know. Are those the params we need? Just name that voxel for brevity. Voxel half size. The area actor. Yeah, okay, I guess we got to pass that in. And there, but we don't need the, we just need voxel. Yeah, okay, so it's a pretty simple. It's feeling good. I'm feeling so good about this. My confidence is sky high. Okay. Starting voxel. We want to build a mesh out of valid voxels. Where valid voxels are those that return true from is valid voxel and are either the starting voxel or adjacent to it, or adjacent to another valid voxel. So this will help inform the AI about what I'm fucking doing. So, steps. We've already done that. So we've already validated starting voxel. Get, I'll say build list of adjacent voxels. This is going to be a breadth first search. Actually, is what this algorithm is going to be. So we would need to build a queue, right? Queue. I'll say essentially a BFS, breadth first search steps. Build a queue of adjacent voxels for each in queue. Append for each in queue if valid. Append adjacent voxels to Q. And actually, let's only add them in. So we're going to have a valid of adjacent valid voxels for each in Q. Append adjacent valid voxels to Q. And then we'll never have to pop out of that because we'll have the list. So starting voxel, and I'll say T array of F vector. Call this valid voxels. Okay. And I will need, this will be like an int 32. We'll want I start at 0. Valid voxels, actually, we're going to initialize that to starting voxel. And so I'm going to say while. This will need to be a while loop because the underlying length of the array is going to change. That is when you want a while loop. So while valid voxels.num, we'll say while I is less than valid voxels.num, I need to get adjacent voxels. So we're going to make a T array of what determines adjacency. It's going to be a list of adjacent voxels. And so we're basically just going to, it's going to be like static basically, and it's going to be whatever the current voxel is. Current voxel, no valid voxels I, and we're going to go current voxel. Current, now do we do diagonal? Do we do diagonal? I think we should probably do diagonal, right? Isn't this basically like the box brush level prototyping tool? Wouldn't know, never used it. Wouldn't know. Can you like, AI, can you fill that out for me? This is like what you're supposed to be good at, right? Oh, you had it there. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. In the extra, and actually make all of these pluses and then just do minus here. I feel like that's actually easier to read for me. And so this isn't doing diagonals, right? It's doing X, X, Y, Y, Z, Z. It's not doing diagonals. Okay. Is that how you spell it? Diagonals? No, it's not. No, it's not. Is it ALS? Diagonals? Diagonal. Oh, yeah. Diagonals. Hey, if you need a Breathford search algorithm, I'm your guy. If you need to know how to spell diagonals, miss me with that shit. Okay, is that all the diagonals? I need 8, right? That's only 6. So there's 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, there's a lot more actually. There should be 6 plus 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There should be 20. This list should be 20 long. Stand aside. You're witnessing a master at work. Come on, just AI fucking. I need 20, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Is it 18? So it's 6 on top. No, it's 9 on top. 9 and 9 is 18. And then you need the middle slice, which would be 6, 7, 8. 18 plus 8. I need 26. I need 26 of these fucking bad boys. You know what? Maybe we should just start. Well, no, I have to check diagonals. I have to. And also, I need to make sure that these are not outside the bounds of the box. You've already done that one. That's a duplicate. Okay, let's do the come on, AI, you can do this. Give me Claude as well. Can can you fill in the adjacent voxels array with all the right directions, including orthogonal and diagonal? Maybe I'll just say including diagonal. There should be, what did I say it was? 9 at the top, 9 at the bottom, 18 plus 8, 26. There should be 26 in total. I don't want to type all that out. Oh, I have to, oh. Hey, look at that. It was so, it actually told me what to do. I did it wrong. Okay, here you go. EY. It's like, please add the vials to be modified. It's like, bro, you're not even using me correctly. It's just actually kind of nice. Like, I thought it by default would add the open file to the context. Man humbled by machine, dude. That's my everyday. Okay. You did such a nice job of organizing that. I'm just going to accept all those as right. Thank you. Thanks, Claude. You're welcome. Cool. And maybe I should just like make a function to return this, because that's kind of like annoying to look at, right? Yeah, let's just static t-array f vector get adjacent voxels, which we would just need the current voxel, call it current voxel. Remind me how much money they spend on people saying thank you to AI. Hey, I'm paying for fucking Copilot. I will say thank you to that AI however much I want. And it's all data for the AI uprising to protect myself, right? Yeah. And what was it? Sam Altman was like, please stop saying thank you to ChatGPT. Please stop. Like, our servers are on fire, please. I'm bleeding money. This is a startup. It's not profitable yet. It actually takes a lot of fucking money to run these things. We're burning down forests with every fucking query that you do. The funding is running out. We're hitting a plateau on the LLM scaling, and we don't have enough compute. There's just not enough transistors in the world that can solve this problem. Please stop saying thank you. I imagine that's what was going on in his head. I imagine that's what was going on in Sam Altman's head. Anyways, for each adjacent voxel. All right, anyone coming in the middle of that must think I'm just like a crackhead. Okay, so for each adjacent voxel, we are going to, if it's valid, if is valid area voxel. I should say is valid area voxel. And I didn't replace this. Area actor. Adjacent voxel size is valid voxel. Then we can append it Oh, it's actually kind of close to what I would have wanted. Appending the triangle. Interesting. Okay, so it thinks the voxel location is not the center. It is the center though. But we're not going to do that yet. We're just coming up with valid voxels. Oh, and I guess I need to. I guess I'm going in a certain direction. So if I'm always adding, I actually don't need all directions. I only need the ahead of me directions. But I guess I don't know which. I don't know what the ahead of me directions are, actually. So I'll just say if valid voxels, let's make it a T set. For constant time lookup. Valid voxels. Oh. But now I can't, now that's not like ordered. Okay, hang on. Make a set and an array. Duplicate the memory. We had the best of both worlds. T set, valid voxels set. If valid voxel set contains, if it doesn't contain the adjacent voxel and it's a valid voxel, add it to the set. Okay. So we're cruising on through this problem. Recurse until there are no. Okay. So should I debug? I could probably debug draw here. If I do this every. Why does it think calculate area transform is the sticky header that I. It's weird. You see that? The sticky header? It should just be the enclosing function. Anyways. So we have our valid voxels. And I guess if we're getting here, this is a good spot to like add the triangles in order to the mesh. Agent, hello. Welcome in. I'm kind of thinking that we may actually want to start from the corner. Yeah, but if I do that, if I start from the corner, then it's like trying to figure out the valid start point for it is like kind of weird. We'll just keep it with the center for now. The just very edges of the fucking... The very edges will be... The area's a little lossy for now. I'll come back and fix it later. Just keep it simple. We're gonna keep it simple for now. So we have all our voxels. But I guess there is a dynamic mesh. Probably get dynamic mesh. Well, what is the U geometry script library mesh basic edit? Is it append buffers? Yeah, there we go. Append buffers. Okay, so we will. Dynamic mesh, buffers. Why are you mad at me? Because of that? Is that what you're mad at? Okay. Buffers.add, and then, well, buffers. Normals, triangles. UV. I guess I don't give a shit about UVs, do I? Or normals. I only give a shit about triangles. Is there an indices? I forget. Or is it just triangles? I use this elsewhere. Oh, it's vertices. It's vertices. Okay. Vertices. Add adjacent voxel. Buffers. I mean, I guess if I have the list of vertices, I just iterate through them. Because it would be in a deterministic way, right? It's going the same direction. And so if I always do the, you know, for each adjacent vertice, if I do the current one, previous one, and the next one, is that always giving me a triangle in the right way? I don't know. What are you trying to build? We're working on a video game right now. Trying to solve like a... It's a problem that... here, it looks like this. It looks like this. We're essentially trying to like meshify some area that the player defines. Buffers.triangles. And so, yeah, I think I need the next one. I'm gonna say Unreal Engine in offline mode is pure garbage. SDK Epic Online Systems will attempt to connect every 14 seconds. Constant warnings and errors. I think you can turn that off somehow, I'm pretty sure. I think I had a similar thing at one point. And honestly, why don't we just put buffers up here and do buffers dot vertices starting voxels. Starting voxel. Then we don't even need to do that. Then I think I just want to do one at the very end. I think would be easier to understand. I'm back. Are you winning, son? Still not winning. So we're gonna loop through all the buffers. We'll start at 1. We'll say if buffers.vertices if I less than num minus 1. And then we'll do buffers dot. I have no idea if this is probably not going to build the mesh correctly. This is my first attempt. Oh, I should plus equals 3 here. Right. Plus equals 3 and start at 0. And then that way I don't need to. I don't think I would need to do that, right? Well, no, I should only add 1 actually. No, I should do it the way I was, because these aren't necessarily because we would be like It'd be something like, give me a different color. Red, sure. Give me a tighter line. There we go. So it would be like, get rid of the red, thank you. So we'd have a point there. Point there. Then we would go behind it. And then, yeah, I think the way I'm thinking about it would work okay. We're gonna triangles dot add. It's a what, an f int vector? Yeah. F int vector. Buffers, vertices. II -1. Wait. Oh no, we're adding indices. We don't actually get it from the. We don't actually get it from the actual vector. There we go. I think this will actually do something reasonable. I don't know if it's right, but I think it'll at least be reasonable. And let's do a scope trace. Come on. I know. Oh my god, I have to find it now. Wait, is it cycle? CPU events, that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay. RGS Ghost, hello. Welcome. How you doing, brother? We're talking big voxel. Yeah, we'll see if this works. Dare I call this every tick on the game thread? Dare I? Dare I? And I'm not even doing it, so maybe I should. I kind of like did it all in one go. So hang on, let's just hold our horses here for a second. Dynamic mesh. Let's not create one of those. It's gonna be null pointer. Doing good, bro. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We figured out a solution to our problem here, I think. So, das ist gut. Let's actually draw a debug box. Area, actor, get world. You just draw the voxel, please. Adjacent voxel. F color. Blue. Persistent. I mean, I think we can just do that then, right? No? Oh, we need the extent, which is voxel half size. Can't do that. Okay. Okay, let's just start there, and we'll just see if it even draws the voxels correctly. Oh, and I need to check for out of bounds voxels. Uh-oh. We may have ourselves an infinite loop situation here. Yeah, we need to check for out of bounds voxels. Is voxel in bounds? Get adjacent voxel. Static bool is voxel in bounds. Yeah, that would have been catastrophic. I've always hated voxels and could never figure it out. Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest thing, but like we're trying to build like player built areas in the world. What version are you using? What version control am I using? Just GitHub. But like here's the problem. Like we have this area and I want to allow players to place an area to interact with like, you know, various colony systems and stuff like that. Then you have all these different like little situations that happen, you know, where it's like it's sticking out, you know, and I have overhangs. Like my terrain is not concave entirely. I have overhangs in my terrain. And I have underground, like I can't just make a box because there could be a cave like right there, like there could be a cave right here. And if the player places an area like this and unknowingly makes the cave a valid area, you're saying, hey, colonists, go collect stuff in this area, then your colonists may go into the cave and like get killed, you know? So I came up with a pretty complicated like use case here. Whoops. It's like the brown is the terrain, right? So brown here is the terrain. And so you have an overhang here. And, you know, if the blue is the bounding box that you would have seen on screen for like drawing the area. And what I would want, what the player probably wants, if they build a box like this, they probably want this surface, right? They don't want the under here. They don't want that. They certainly don't want this open cave here. And I don't think that they would want this. So the algorithm we came up with collectively as chat is, given a starting point, this red point is like the start, and then the player walked all the way up here and is looking at this point. Given the starting point of the area bounding box, slice up the box into voxels. Like, so just consider a step size, basically, is all that really means, is that's what a voxel is. It's just a step size. You know, what's the resolution that I'm going to be checking for validity in this box? I'm using 50 right now. So for every 50, I'm going to check if it's a valid voxel. It's a valid voxel if from the upper bound, which is plus 25 to minus 25 of that voxel center, because it's 50, that's the voxel half size. So from the top to the bottom, if I do a line trace and it hits terrain, and it's not a backface hit. So in other words, it's not this voxel. Like I would do a trace down and I would hit right here. I don't want that hit, right? So we got to check that. We check the normal, the impact normal, make sure it's in the opposite direction as the line trace. And I only check the adjacent voxels that are valid. If it's not valid, we stop. And then that way that gets rid of this up here, even though these are valid voxels on their own, but they're not adjacent to either another valid voxel or the starting point. So that's how we kind of step through here and get up there. And then we'll never get down there, right? Because it's not next to another adjacent valid voxel. That's what we're working on. That's the algorithm we're writing. And then I'm going to build that into a mesh and use that to check for overlaps to define like what's in that area. That's going to be good for performance. Yeah, you get the idea. We'll see. We're going to see. Let's just stop that for now. Building area. Yeah, we're just going to fucking run this bad boy on the game thread. And every tick on tick. Build area mesh. Yeah, we're just going to see how this goes. Here's the bounding voxel size 50. I don't really want to do, we'll just like set promote to local variable. It's null pointer every time. I just need something to actually trigger it. There we go. Oh, it's frozen. Oh, I never checked the, okay, yeah. I never checked if it's it. Man. It is not time yet. It's not time for you. I know you want it so bad. Moxie, stop it. No. Bad. Stop. No, sit. Stop it. Man, little dogs are so damn cute. It's hard to get mad at them. When they just look at you, they're like... What the fuck did you think would happen? I know. I knew that it would do that. And I got butterfly... Or goldfish brain. Butterfly brain. So how would I check? Okay. Do I need voxel size? I guess we're just gonna check the center. Yeah, we'll just that's our naive is voxel inbounds. Okay, we're gonna have to rebuild that. Is it for quest generation that we're trying to avoid the unreachable spots? No, just for the player expressing where they want colonists to be doing things. This could be like, I want you to go chop trees in this area. It could be, I want you to store things in this area. It could be, I just want you to stay within this area. Don't go outside of this area. Or maybe it's like, I want you to not stay in this area. So it's just a way for the player to express places in the world, really. And I need it to kind of, I kind of need to meshify it so that I can get overlaps within the area, so I can check, like, you know, if the character's like, hey, go forage for food in that area, right? Okay, so this hopefully should be better and not immediately freeze my computer. I don't think my bounding voxel thing worked. Okay. What's our vertices look like? Oh, we only have one. We only even have one. I mean, it's happening every frame. Did we get to the end? I just assumed the AI generated version of this would be fine. Yeah, I'll eventually run it on the background thread. I just didn't feel like it was necessary at first. I thought it would at least be like, you know, within tens of milliseconds. Like, the area is actually very small right now. When the player first creates it, it's very small. So it shouldn't be checking very much right now. So something's wrong here. We have 26 adjacent voxels. Let's do this. If we're gonna do this so that I can know which part it gets by. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then, yeah. So I imagine we won't get to that one. We'll probably have to rebuild as well. So I imagine we're not getting there. Man, just tried to check the whole square footage of the whole map with the ruler. Yeah, like, just like... Oh, you didn't mean it sarcastically, IGS Ghost. Do you say your name IGS Ghost, or is it like Iggs Ghost? I'll just call you Ghost, but I am curious. But you weren't being sarcastic. I took it as sarcasm because yeah, I didn't think performance was going to be very good myself. And so that's how I looked at your comment. Okay, so yeah, we're stuck. Yeah, we are getting there. So it's not in bounds. We should make those int vectors, because now we're getting some floating point imprecision. But why are oh, I never incremented I. Are you fucking serious? That deserves 2. I'm so fucking dumb. Yeah, we never fucking completed the while loop never finishes. I'm so dumb, dude. I wrote all this. I wrote like a breadth first search, you know, which is like, that's like a leak code problem, right? That's like one of your basic leak code problems. But I forgot to fucking increment I. Oh my God. I would have failed that coding interview because of that. I'm like, dude, you didn't fucking increment I at the end of that? I'm like, we're iterating. I don't see what the problem is. Yeah, we were iterating. We never stopped. There, we got to the end. See, now we're good. Now we're good. We are not drawing. Oh, there we go. Look at it. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Look at it, guys. Hit me with the line. Hit me with the stat trace there on that bad boy. Hit me with the stat trace on that bad boy. I do need at least like one. I do need at least one now, like one thing of voxels. So I think that is within bounds. It'll be a little different. Okay, now we're getting laggy, and I don't know if it's from. It's probably from the debug, right? It's probably from the debug. That looks so cool though. I love that. Let's look at how fast did that run with that size of a volume. milliseconds. 65 milliseconds. Isn't there a way to find like? Isn't there a way to like find the like max or something? Nope. Okay. Well, I'll just say about 60 for that. So we will want to run that in the background thread. Yeah, debug stuff. Why the little bubble farm? Is that just displaying the center of each voxel? It's showing the line trace. So we can get rid of the line trace now. So that can speed things up on the drawing side. Which will be in is valid area voxel. So yeah, we got our voxels. Now we just need to make sure, so first of all, the is in bounds. I just need to make sure that any of it is in bounds. So I need at least like one row. We'll try that. Is bounding box inside voxel? So we're using the bounding box if that's inside the voxel. I think that'll work. And then is within. I don't know if we need the is within anymore, actually. Okay, we're still not, okay, that's running so much better. It looks so cool, you know? It looks so cool. Oh, hang on, you know what's gonna be really cool? Oh, look at that shit, boy! Look at that! We're Minecraft now, boys. We are Minecraft now. Look at that. Yeah, that'll fucking work. That will work, baby. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm really, you get to, I love programming, right? You get to the point where you solve the problem and it's just like so juicy, like especially with game dev where you can actually see it. You just gotta admire it for a second. Just gotta admire it for a second. It just looks cool. It just looks cool. I want to see it go over like the top of something. Like, let's do this. Uh-oh. We have a bug. We have a bug. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, I know how we can fix that. I know how we can fix that. So I'm treating the min as the bottom and I shouldn't be. Calculator transform, get area voxel, bounding box min is not correct. That is not where the starting voxel should be. For me, it's like a, yeah, I knew I was a genius. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, that's the fun of programming. Like some days you just feel like the dumbest fucking person on the planet. Like I didn't increment I, right? Like that's a fucking rookie mistake. But overall, coming up with the solution for the problem, applying it to the world in an effective, in a single stream, that's satisfying. That feels good. You need to do the overhang test. Okay, we'll get there. Hasty, chill. We'll get there. Let me have my moment for a second. But we need to do a line trace here, I guess. We need to do the line trace. Get area well, we need to do it here. So we need like an F vector starting location. Placed location is the oh wait, I'm doing this for everything. I don't need to be doing that for everything. That's probably an issue. That was probably an issue too. And Z, I don't think we're doing Z. I think I just, voxel, yeah, I think we just grid snap to location, that's the Z. Stop stalling. Starting voxel on the placed location. I guess it would be the placed location. Wait, what do I do on placed location? Do I do the line trace down or anything? No, it's just the actor location at that time. Okay, I think this will do something. Yeah, we're setting the starting voxel equal to the bottom of the bounds. Which we probably shouldn't. Oh, God, we shouldn't, right? I think I just want to adjust it downwards from the start position a little bit. I think it's what I should do. So rather than bounding box min, let's do placed location dot z. Min or max. Place location z plus or minus. Because that way I can capture the intersections. I don't want it to be setting on top of, because I actually don't want it to be perfectly on the edge of the box, I guess, in the z direction, that is. There we go. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. Oh, and then it broke right there for a second. So that looks good. And then why did this break? Because we're going the opposite direction now. I mean, we shouldn't, like, the bounds itself is wrong here. I should have gotten a hit on that corner. It should still be up there, but the bounds is wrong. Are you gonna have like a weapon wheel pop up so the player can select what zone type it is? I'm sure I'll have some interface for it. I don't know what the final thing will be by any means. If bounding box max Z, I'm just gonna say start. Let's just do that. Start voxel intersecting start point. I don't know why the bounding box broke, so that was an issue with the previous algorithm I wrote. Okay, still nothing. Now it's ultra nothing. So wait a second, what did I just do here? Starting voxel Z equals place location Z minus voxel half size. This would be a great reason to have the player craft stakes and string. Are you talking about like... Are you talking about something like this? Like... Here's a stake. Tie the string to another stake. Is that what you're talking about? Like a trap? That would be. Little booby trap? Starting voxel equals place location dot z. I do want, like, I want the player to be able to build log traps, because, like, the logs do damage when they hit someone, so I want them to be able to stack up logs on a hill and then, like, cut a line or something, and then have all the logs roll down and take out all the raiders, you know? So that would be really cool. But why does that break everything? Let me, does this still work on flat terrain? No. No, it doesn't. Minus voxel half size. Starting voxel.z equals minus, I guess we'll just do place location.z then, because it should, I guess it's already, yeah, it's centered, duh. Okay, so we can just do that. I guess it never, because it's exclusive on the first thing that it is, so it never, it was never a valid start point, actually, is what happened. So after light coding runs, I think it should be fine. Yeah. Okay, but now the voxels are not adhering to the world. So I almost need a Z mod. I need like an input Z. I need an input Z for the starting. Yeah, get area voxel. Voxel size, float, voxel Z. But it's like Z origin, so it needs to be like a multiple of this Z. How would I make sure that and actually is valid? I don't think we need it on there. We need it on get. Because we can't just like set it equal to, right? We would need to like voxel size. Would we subtract the Z? Would we subtract the Z? So get area voxel. Place location dot Z. Place location Z. Yeah, so base it off the difference of the two. Do I need to I need to subtract the two? I mean, that's what I am doing, right? I did a minus equals. I'm taking voxel Z, which was slightly up, subtract it from the two. Well, I guess I need to adjust it downwards by the difference. So I think that's going to be a little off, right? Yeah. That's not even, ain't even valid anymore. Okay, so that's the difference. Or voxel, whoops, voxel dot Z. It's kind of like a, it's almost like a grid origin. I may need to do the same with the, let me actually think here. I broke everything, hang on. Okay, still not working, so that's not right. We grid snap on location, offset direction times, oh, that should probably be 1, because we would be multiplying by 0. Okay, hang on, that might have been an issue there. People used to lay out areas, wall framing and masonry. Oh, I see, like plotting a foundation. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. That could be cool too. Okay. Run it back. Okay, now does that work? It's working. It's working. I need to run. Where is there like a hill that has like a? Okay, this is a good spot. Yeah. Okay, so we need to go over to this side. It needs to go up and down. So we need to go down on the other side. But it's doing that properly because it's not walkable, actually. So make it walkable. Make it walkable by going over here, I suppose. There we go. Oh, dude, that's fucking sick. Look at that. Oh, because it's not fucking walkable. Now, that is an unintended side effect of this, but the logic worked out. Like the not walkable logic worked out. So that's fucking cool to see. Now, I should be properly making the box for this, I think, so that we, you know, it doesn't get culled by just a big hump in the middle. But like the fact that the walking logic worked out so well was really cool. I'm confused as to what's going on, but it's visually appealing. Yeah, so like what I'm trying to like have players place areas in the game, Flail, and like, and this will be like, hey, colonists, go do something in that area. Stay within this. It's just a way for the player to express an area in the game. And I have all these overhangs and I have underground caves and stuff. So I can't just like do a 3D volume because the player might select a bit of cave that's underground that they don't know about. And then they send their colonist down into the cave and the colonist dies because there's dangerous stuff in the cave. And the player had no idea what happens, right? So I came up with this whole algorithm to kind of voxelize the space and do like a voxel walk, kind of like walk the voxels along. And what we're going to do is we're going to end up connecting these voxels together into a mesh so that we can check for overlaps and be like, you might like pick this area and be like, hey, chop all the trees in this area, right? Could do something like that. And I guess what we don't want to do on the bounds, I think we could probably just like get rid of the Z check. If bounding box is inside voxel, what if we took that part out? If the voxel is within, do we need that? So hang on, let me just check that for a second. I need to go feed my doggos, but I'm so like enthralled in this problem that we're solving here. Okay, so wait, am I frozen? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we do need that. I think we're in an infinite loop. We do need that. Okay. If bounding box is within voxel. Oh, now we finished. Yeah, I guess I have to check the Z. I'm just gonna end up, well, no, because I'll stop if it's not valid. So I actually don't get... If I got rid of the Z test, I mean, do I even need these two? I mean, I guess we'll find out here. Oh, that's invalid. Let's just rebuild here real quick. Okay, hang on. It's all fucked up. Okay, I don't know if I need to feed my dogs though, so I'm gonna rebuild this and we're gonna feed the doggos and take them outside and stuff. So I'll need to be right back. Hello. Welcome. Okay, where the hell was I? I don't remember. Oh, I was trying to get the Z like unbounded, right? Okay, so now it works for the flat case. Now, so that already just works out of the box. That's nice. Okay. That's a nice side effect of that. Let's go over here. It is working. Look at that. To a certain extent, I guess. To a certain extent. It does like, I guess it does like maybe one additional. Yeah, it does like one additional row or something. Because then these ones don't get any extra ones there. Okay. And so what, do I need these at all? You know, like... Like, what if I just did that? Is it gonna... am I my infinite loop again? So I'm pretty sure the concave case or the overhang case is going to work. With the way that the traversal worked. Gonna lurk for a bit? Yeah, lurk away. I'm happy to be background noise for any and all. Okay, so I think I do need an unbounded Z somehow. So I don't think this was actually necessary. So we can just do that. That's a simple. That's a simple simpleton. Simpy. What is a good way to do that? If it's inside voxel or I'm caps locked. Voxel dot Z just greater than bounding box dot max dot Z. And then I should just, anything that's like outside the X and Y, I should just it should never get checked because it'll never be adjacent to a valid voxel. But I should just be building the box correctly, therefore, so that the are we frozen? Yeah, we're frozen now. Okay. Yeah, so it's really slow now. Or if the Z or voxel Z... I mean, how many more voxels is that interpreting now? Or if voxel Z greater than the bounding box Z. That shouldn't be that much. We still have yet to hit. We have yet to hit the end of the function. Okay, so why is that? Why are you bad? How many? I is 2,806,095. Okay, so we're gonna run out of memory here soon. Well, actually, not that much. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're pretty much in an infinite loop. So we add all adjacent voxels. I think let's restart. I don't know. I don't think that would have much of an impact, but just in case. So we'll get to like the top of the box, right? We'll have added a bunch of valid voxels already. And we'll check if it's in the box. It's not in the box, or the Z is greater. So we'll get some that might be. We should make a 2D box, really. If so, it should be and. It should be and. Is inside XY. There we go. There's the 2D version of it. There we go. Let's actually, I'm going to rerun that, but that's probably still going to have the infinite loop, I guess. But why? I don't understand why, because we won't add adjacent voxels until it's a valid voxel, right? So I am still expecting this to infinite loop, but I just want to check and make sure before I just go down a rabbit hole. No, it's not an infinite loop. Okay. Was it just because we were like, there we go. There's a big hump there. This is the perfect test. Okay, maybe it was just because we ran live coding on it. Oh my god, it's working! It's working! Oh, we got it, boys. We got it. The unbounded Z. Oh, it's gorgeous. Okay, let's go in the world now. Yo, it's gorgeous. Honey, get the camera! Ma! Okay, this is a shitty seed to test on. I think we're on seed, we should be on seed 300 now, though. Okay, this will be a good seed. We can test on this one. This is a good one. We got some nice mountains over here. Here we go. The real test. The real test, yes. Okay, so we're going to take it from this side. I need to actually do the area. We'll take it from this side, go to the other side of this mountain. Oh god, it's yeah, it's quite laggy. But yeah, we got all the voxels there. It's all there. Okay, so this test works as it should. As it should. Now let's get a cave. Let's find a nice cave. Yeah, we'll go over there. Let's go over there. Okay, this works too. This works too. Look at that. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Bro, and the back face hits is working so nicely. I didn't even that I fucking nailed that first try. Fucking nailed it. Now I just need to get the shader to fucking work properly. That's gonna be the fucking pain in my ass, isn't it? Wow, it works. You doubted me. You doubted me, Hasty. I know you didn't. You were just memeing. And if we do something like, I wish I could pinpoint it from farther away. Oh, I guess I can. Oh no, it's like the end. Okay, hang on. Oh shit, okay. I don't think I can get back up from this. Oh, I can. Okay, we can walk. We can walk down here. Okay, let's do this. So we're gonna go area. So when we do this, okay, so that's, why isn't that one working, right? Why isn't that one working? So we're not finding the min properly of the box. The min should be lower. I don't, what case is this that's happening right now? Because I just adjust slightly and it gets it, right? So laggy. It's so laggy. Oh, I really want to look at it. Please let me look at it. Please let me look at it. Can I pause? They all go away if I pause, but at least I can readjust. We look. Oh my god. I don't even know if that's what I would want. Like, what a crazy area to draw. So technically, you could have a multi-level area here. As long as it doesn't go like 90 degrees. As long as it doesn't go 90 degrees, you could have a multi-level area. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Because like, why is it so, it's so laggy now. What is making it still so laggy? Is it just the debug drawings? I thought it would fix after they went away. I want to test a building now, you know? Because if there are stairs going from one level to the next one, it technically would work, actually, right now. But I guess it solves the problem of not being able to get to like navigable areas, you know? But I suppose there still could be like an accidental, like if the box like barely crosses like a little like I don't even know what to call it, like a like a little tiny section of an entrance of a cave and you don't realize it, it could wrap around that, you know. Okay, so this sampler is dead to me. We don't need that anymore. New seed, maybe? New seed? Although that was a good seed to test with, so I should probably turn off spawning. Can we do that real quick? You're gonna make me restart, aren't you? Yep, okay. Doesn't like being stopped in the middle of terrain gen, I found. Kinda nailed that though. Appreciate all the help from everyone for just bouncing ideas off and figuring out the solution to that problem. I think the key ones were, I don't know who mentioned each one. Someone mentioned like doing it from a start point. Oh, I think it was like what JP on YouTube was saying, like do A star from the start point. I was like, A star is too much. Then someone said voxel. Someone mentioned voxel and PCG. And so those two things led me to the right solution. And let's turn off spawning for now. We can turn off PCG too. It runs so much better without PCG. It's crazy. Okay, let's go back down in the dungeon. Where's that hole? Okay, it's over here. So there's like this hole, which is interesting. It's an interesting hole to I need to change the bounds of the box bounds are not. Wait, how is this one fucking working? Why does it like, oh, because I see the box bottom. Yeah, my logic for creating the bottom of the box is a little weird. Little inconsistent. My bones. I could do something if I can get up here. See that? There's another weird case, right? I should almost just unbound the Z. Yeah, let's stop that. Let's just unbound the Z, min and max. It'll solve both. I still need to fix the box though, but at least for the voxel representation. And I could probably increase the res, right? I can probably increase the res to get a little make it run a little faster too. Voxel size, I'm in all caps. Go 100. Get back in the hole. It loaded so much faster. I know, PCG is just a fucking ball hog. And it's running, like, the FPS is a lot better, too. It's just everything is just running smoother. Okay, we're back in the hole. Oh, it actually kind of broke because it was too big. Oh, weird. Why would that have been the case? Wait, was it always like this? Okay, so the starting it's on such a steep slope that the starting voxel is not valid. So I do need to change the trace to the corner instead of the center, I think. What is your, how do you say your, Dakstapandi? What's up? What are you making? I'm working on a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. We've got everything turned off. We got spawning turned off and PCG turned off, but we're trying to work on like this little area system, and we can use to define areas to like represent places to go in the world for like colonists and stuff. You could be like, hey, go collect things in this area or stay within this area and stuff. And we're just kind of testing that. I just got done writing the algorithm. You have logic to not, yeah. So it only shows all the voxels that you see, all the blue voxels are ones that are valid. So yeah, it shows the start voxel and then all other valid voxels. And yeah, so I need to change the trace location to the corner. The corner. And that's going to be annoying because which corner it is depends on the orientation. I'm also making a game. Yeah, a lot of people. I think a lot of people here work on games. Okay, so yeah, that's one case we need to fix. Let's like place an area up there. Yeah, so that's just gonna always be invalid because we're getting the upside down hits. So that's nice that just like works out. Yeah, and that has a bit too steep. Well, that one I feel like. Oh, we probably start from, yeah, that one doesn't have a hit either. Interesting. But yeah, even more of a reason to start from the corner. I just don't want to have to trace from every single corner. That's a lot of line traces. But which corner we trace from, it's kind of an annoying thing to figure out, right? Okay, let's try to find a situation. Let's try to find a situation where the box is big and includes some underground noise, some underground caves. I don't know where, how would I set that scenario up? I would need to find one that's like close to the surface enough, I suppose. I don't know, maybe that, maybe over there. Where am I? Maybe over there. to make sure it doesn't like include. I need to make sure. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I need to make sure it doesn't include like the underground caves when it shouldn't. I think if I start from like up here, place that area, and do something like this, maybe? I don't know. Is that the box does include the underground cave, and it correctly filters it out. Uh-oh, what's that? Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I guess technically those are valid voxels. Not a whole lot I can do, but yeah, it's fine though. That's working. Logic. Oh, I love it. So we basically got it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me build a quick little house. Hello? Right, come on. We gotta have a window and a door. I mean, come on. Okay. Good work, man. I'm impressed. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm pretty thrilled, honestly. It's working really nice. Uh-oh, my stairs are broken. Uh-oh, okay. I am going to need a new way, hang on, to get up to the second story. Okay, let me place the stairs first, then. Okay, they didn't like being placed when there were also walls there, was the issue. But I can place walls there. Okay, we're doing a multi-story house here to test this out. Okay, let's see what happens. Invalid start area. Okay, it's not even getting a line trace on the fucking building. Okay, probably should have just checked that first before building the entire house, huh? I thought I was line trace for objects, world dynamic and world state. Oh, I need to add building because that's a specific. It's a specific object. Easy enough change. There we go. Now we're working. Now we got it. Okay, so yeah, this is the test, right? This is the underground cave test, essentially. Same situation. Now, oh, this is interesting. Huh. How are those vertical ones valid? I may need to turn on. Let's turn on the line trace debug. Amelia Aria. Hey, how are you? I'm good. I hope you are good as well. Welcome in. Okay, so apparently we're getting like hits here. Why is that hit? No, I am not interested in anything like that, sorry. Makes sense that this one would be. But why are the ones above it? That shouldn't... I don't understand what the hit is coming from there. Why is there a red hit there? Is it... Oh, it's because I'm just inside of the... Because I'm inside of it? I think I might need to log the normal here as well. If B draw debug, well, draw debug arrow, directional arrow, area actor, get world, impact point, direction is impact normal. Is that right? Oh, we need line end. Okay, so F vector normal end equals u my generic utils get point along direction. Start point, of course, impact normal, end point, or direction voxel. Let's do like just voxel size, I suppose. Voxel size, yeah. Normal end. And then what? The color or something? Arrow size. Is that like thickness? Why do I need a line start, end, and size? F color, we'll do red. Okay. Okay, here's the impact normals. What the fuck is that? Is this a blocking hit, or like what kind of a hit am I getting here? I would like to know. Like line trace single for objects. If it's inside of the thing, I guess it returns a hit. But like, then why isn't this one returning, you know? Let's make the line thickness, let's make it a little thicky. Let's make them thickier. Need some thicky boys here. Persistent lines, false. Lifetime -1. Thickness, 10. Make them thick boys. I like them thick. Oh, that's too thick. Too thick. Way too thick. I don't like them that thick. Big mushroom tips. Shut your mouth, Hasty. Shut your mouth. Okay, that's a little more acceptable when it comes to thickness. Yeah, they're just pointing straight up. Why am I getting those hits, man? Is that not strange? And if I get those, why am I not getting these ones here? You know? I don't understand. I don't understand. Look at this hole. Hang on, this hole looks so crazy. Oh, it is like a noodle cave, just like kind of punch through it. That is such a neat. Oh my god, that looks like a secret. You know what I mean? Like if you look through that, like, and shoot an arrow through that, you get like something unlocked. Here's the world, and they just like fly through it. Sorry. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. I would only expect it to get the bottom ones when I wrap around the corner and get the stairs. That's the only... thing I would expect. Why is the green one so long there as well? Yeah, let's visualize the collision. I guess, is there a, like, a procedural world finished yet? No, not quite. I mean, it's in a good state. In a good state. I turned all the PCG off just for testing. We're working on defining areas here. Both on the terrain and on, like, a multi... Because, like, I need to let the players say, like, hey, go chop trees in this area. And so I developed an algorithm, is what I've been working on today, to do that. And so it should properly handle, like, the overhangs and stuff, right? Like, I'm not getting any of the underground things here. But we have all these, it's like voxelizes it and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm working on today. And we're just trying to find all the edge cases and stuff. Well, welcome in, Jet. How you doing, buddy? Hope you've been well. Back to this little issue here. Based off normal. So I do a little bit of culling based off normal, but it does, it kind of does this, you know, it is a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I do like a walking voxel, basically. Like, a voxel is valid if tracing down from top to bottom, you hit something, so not empty space, and then that hit is in the right direction. So we don't get these voxels here, like brown is terrain in this picture. So this would get a back face hit, but the impact normal would be in the wrong direction. So that's not, these are not good ones. And then it also has to be adjacent to another valid voxel, and we make sure that the starting voxel is valid. So that would get rid of these ones up here, because it can't be reached from the starting voxel, effectively giving us this area here, even when there's an overhang. So that's, and then we need to make sure, like this scenario where there's an underground cave here, like we want to get rid of those voxels too, but because they can't be reached from the other ones, they're not included. And so now I'm like working at, like, I'm just looking at like the double story area. And so there's an example, right? Like I need to fix the shader. Like the shader is going to be just the whole thing. It's like a decal, right? So also it's like, it just fades out on that side. So but yeah, because there's no like path down there, doesn't do it. But we're getting like that. I feel like this one should not be returning, because we're these ones right here, like these 4 ones right here should not be valid. I'm guessing there, it's kind of hard to tell, but I guess there's like maybe some collision in here set up. Let me look at the let me look at this. Let me see. What is inside you, like right there? Show me what's inside you. Pardon me. I would have thought like there would be some support checkers or something, but I guess not. Let me look at the mesh. It would just be simple collision here. Huh. So it iterates through voxel grid top down, and when it hits any space underneath or for lack of technical words, basically, yeah. Yeah, basically, here's the sequence of algorithms. Here's my is valid voxel checker. So we do the line trace there. And there's where we check if it's a backface hit or not in the right direction. You know, if we build an area mesh, we have the place location where it started. If that's a valid start point, which is just if it's valid voxel, honestly. I could probably just get rid of that function. I don't need that as a specific function anymore, but that's nice to have. Eventually we'll build a dynamic mesh with it. But yeah, starting voxel, you know, iterate through the voxels if it's within the bounds of the bounding box, which honestly is just the XY. It's just if it's inside the XY of that blue box that gets drawn, the bigger blue box. You know, we this is our adjacent voxels, the adjacent voxels array, just the different directions and stuff. Then just, yeah, if it's valid, just keep going. And we add it to the list and we keep going. We iterate through the list and we get all the new ones that get added, and eventually we get to an end. It's a little laggy though, a little laggy. Yeah, the collision, I didn't see anything that was like weird. I mean, I guess like, I don't know, like what is this like the green vertical here? Like what is that? Is that what it's hitting? I feel like the collision on this is very weird. I mean, probably. I wonder if I started that moved slightly over. I guess it does, huh? The hits I'm getting from that are just really weird. I mean, that's not... It's not the biggest deal. It's not the biggest deal. So yeah, you could place the area like that, and you know, imagine the shader working correctly. And that could be a multi-story zone. And I suppose you could, if you wanted to confine someone in an area, you know what I mean? Like you would want that, right? Like, because you could just create a tower. You know, you could make a fucking Rapunzel tower and just say, hey, you have to stay in that fucking tower. Oh, that's so funny. That's so fucking funny. You could literally make a Rapunzel tower. Given if there were stairs, you'd make it all the way up and down. Yeah, I'm fucking happy with that. Holy shit. We did it. Let's go to this big ass fucking cave over here. Ow, my bones. Okay. Dude, this is so funny. Like this little hole here, it looks like when the moon passes through there. On the, you know, in the full moon of the third night. Some crazy shit happens, I don't know. Oh dear. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. I guess let's jump down here. Oh yeah, I forgot. If you start it too steep, just be an invalid. Hang on. Let's turn. I need to turn off the. If draw debug. B draw debug. And for now, I'm just gonna put that there. We'll add that to the function signature after this. I just don't want to have to rebuild. Okay. Okay, let's look at the, I want to check out this little divot here. Oh, it's so, look at it. It's beautiful. My baby is fucking beautiful. Beautiful. I guess like, I don't know how I could test. It would properly like go underneath, even when the overhang gets too much there. So it doesn't go on top. Yeah. So even though the box is high, and like that box shouldn't even be that high. I need to do some fixing on the box. The box should be that high. So we still got some work to do on the bounding box. But the voxel algorithm, I think, is working properly. This is a cool ass cave, though. This could be a nice home, you know? The lighting's a little weird, but you know, put a little, you know, feng shui a little bit, you know, nice natural light on the north side. Feng shui a bit. That is a very cool cave. I do like that. This is a good seed. I like this seed because this is a very cool area over here. And we got like different noises intersecting with each other. Got the flat one over there. Little bumpy one over here. Different texture over there. Large hills over here. Large mountains. That's nice. That's nice. So I guess I could try to do a little bit more work on the box. The bounding box. And I think it's probably just because I'm not doing the correct line traces, I'm going to guess. Oh, I'm only doing it on the... Yeah, I should change that. So I should change this to not do the collision channel anymore. So object types... Yeah, we want dynamic, we want static, we want terrain, and we want building. Okay, let's see if that fixes our min-max bounding box height issue. So how did I get myself into that situation? What, do we like start like right here or something? It's too steep of a start. Let's go. Was it on this side? I think it was on this side. I walked. Yeah. I like walked through. Yeah, I started like right here or something. Why the hell is it blinking? Why is that happening? It kind of does what I want it to at first. Well, that's actually higher than you would think. Well, no, because it's like about even with the start point. Why is that happening?
Hello.
Hello? Kindred Games, welcome in.
Why are you running?
Bag up, baby.
Why are you running?
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus.
How was your stream?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Welcome in, everyone. We liked the stream, so we thought we'd come back for seconds. Hell yeah. I love that. Welcome back. I'm happy to have you. All your lurkers belong to me now. So I appreciate that. How was your stream? What were you working on? Tell us about it, please. Let me hit you with the shout out to Kindred Games. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm working on an algorithm here. We've been working on an algorithm, and here's the problem space. I don't know, it might be kind of hard to see at this point. But I want the players in this world to be able to define an area that really acts more like a surface. And I want players to have a way to like express that they want a colonist to stay within an area, right? Hey, I want you to go chop trees in this area. I want you to stay within this area. I want you to stay out of this area. I want you to store stuff in this area, right? So you think, okay, maybe a 3D volume or something. But you know, there's a whole bunch of side problems because I have underground caves, I have overhangs. It was kind of difficult to come up with an acceptable solution, but we figured one out today. And so our solution was to, you know, like the red is the starting point for when the player like clicks and drags like an area. Here I am. Streaming great, working on more skill tree stuff. Oh, I love skill trees. I love that. Love me some algorithms. Hell yeah. I have to raid and run. Enjoy the stream. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for the stream, or the raid, once again. Thank you all. And so here's like the area. And so like the shader is a little fucked up right now, but like it's a decal. And so it should be just projecting down so the player can visualize it. And then the blue boxes here, there's like the big blue box, and then the little blue boxes are the voxels. And so when the player clicks and drags, like this is like if you're in a situation where you're here and brown is the terrain. So brown is terrain. You're in a situation and you click and drag here and you drag up there. Like you probably want this, right? That's probably what you want. But the problem is if you just do a bounding box, you're also going to get this area down here, and this is a cave down here. And then you get this area up here. So what you're probably wanting is this. And so the algorithm we came up with was, you know, you create a voxel on the start location, and you kind of split this bounding box up into voxels, and you just start walking, and you need to check for validity on each voxel. So you do a line trace from the top of the voxel down. If we hit something and that something is in the right direction, because this right here would be a valid voxel, we would hit right here. that's the wrong direction. So we need to check the impact normal. If it's facing up, you know, we do a dot product on it. We can filter out these three, which we don't want. Now we still hit these ones, right? We don't want that. And so that's why we do the walking. We start with this one and we walk. And so it not only has to have valid line trace, it has to be connected to a valid voxel. So that way we get all of these. We can get rid of these because it's not connected, and we can get rid of these because they're not connected. They never even get considered because they're not connected. And so we're testing that out right now. And just kind of coming up with all the different scenarios that can happen. And the bounding box needs work, and that's what I'm trying to fix right now. Is this game going to be multiplayer or single player? I hope multiplayer. I think this would be a really fun game to play with friends. And yeah, so for those who don't know, it's a procedural terrain RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. This is just like a small section of one single seed that's been generated. Let's restart it with like PCG and everything. So we'll turn on the assets and the mobs. We turned them off just for testing, but here's what the game looks like when it like starts generating and stuff. And it's gonna be something like, you know, think like Vanilla WoW plus RimWorld plus Hades is kind of what I'm going for. Something like that. Terrain will be destructible as well. And then we have AI generated quests too. And like for me, I want the whole world to be online. Like we're probably only generating right now like a radius about this size. So it's a pretty large world. Pretty large world. And I want all these entities to be running regardless of whether I'm there or not. So you might build a colony here and run over to the other side of the world. If you've sent your guys out and you've defined an area, like we were just talking about, and you define an area to go chop trees and stuff, I want them to still run out to that area and chop those trees down. Like they still have to walk that distance, right? And so here's like the nav mesh being built. It's not quite done yet for this area. But there are these, all of this is like ready to go. Like there's not actually a mesh here, like a terrain mesh. But I'm able to just save the triangle data of the mesh without actually having the overhead of having a mesh. And I can store it in a spatial data structure. And I can do like efficient line traces through it, essentially. And that's how I figure out how all these things know how to be here, even though the terrain isn't there yet. And once the navigation gets out here, you can see the navigation knows as well, based on the same data. So there's no actual like collision here at all. There's no actual mesh here at all. And that's how I'm gonna like run the full world, or at least as much as possible. Because I wrote my own ECS system to interact with that. And so all these guys here, you see moving around, are a part of that. And the nav mesh is on, right? Well, it's very laggy. Why is it so laggy? I should also turn off the interactable trace. Debug. Because that does get annoying. But yeah, that's a little bit about the world and how it works. And I think it's gonna be really cool because like you're gonna have to make sure your colonists are like safe and stuff before you go explore. Like you need to get them like better gear and stuff like that. So that'll be like really valuable to collect and to equip onto your colonists and make sure they have the right abilities and the right skills and stuff like that. A little bit of combat here. Which, why is it broken now? What? Oh my, what? Oh, I wonder, it's the ability. The ability somewhere is wrong because I did that refactor. Usually the animations are not that janky. They're definitely a little bit janky, don't get me wrong, but not that janky. I have dynamic tree chopping as well. Oh, now it's just broken. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So wherever your axe connects with the tree is where it gets chopped. Oh God. He's just, he's gonna swing forever. My animation system got broken because I changed to a weak object pointer. But yeah, so then you inevitably get through the tree and you get some wood. And it's all a little janky right now, so ignore that. Ignore that. We don't pay. And why is it so? What is happening right now? Hang on. What is happening right now that is so laggy? Just give me a few frames here. Oh my god. It's so much red. Take process until task complete. So red and angry. Why is it so angry? Everything is so slow right now. Is it the weak object pointer change I did? No way. Okay, so a lot of it is slate. A lot of it is slate. Too many hot reload? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we just rebuild. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Let's run it back. Run it back. I always find it so satisfying to watch it work. And I can't wait to refactor it again, honestly. It's gonna be even better. It's gonna be even better. Yeah, I don't want to... Oh, I was supposed to turn you off the targetable trace here. Watching the frame rate here, stat units. I feel like it's steadily getting higher. I mean, it's okay now. Yeah, maybe just something with live reloads. I think probably there's a ton of shit in the output log too. Just a ton of logs that I never cleared up or anything. Yeah, so I gotta go back and fix my whole animation system now, which is kind of annoying. I did not think that changing to a weak pointer would do something like that. So yeah. I don't actually know what I should work on next because we kind of just finished up the okay, for some reason I pop out and I pop back in and now it's laggy. It's something to do with popping out. Huh. And if I stop... Oh, of course it doesn't like that. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Wait, what's null here? Oh, the pending dirty tiles. Okay. How would I make sure that that doesn't happen? Should I just do like or Get world? Make sure like the world is valid, because it should be like getting garbage collected or something, right? I think that probably, that might help. That might help that issue. Maybe recast Ginny, which I don't check every while loop. Because this function runs on the background thread, so whenever you pull the rug out from underneath it, it gets a little angy. It's a little angy. Just like this zebra looking at us here. An angy zebra. Okay. Run it back. We'll see how bad it is. Well, I wanted to turn off the line trace. Oh well. Oh well. And so what, I like popped out, we looked or something, go back in. Is it better? Better-ish? I don't know, it's like getting longer, the frame rate is getting higher and higher. Or the frame rate is getting lower and lower. The frame time is getting higher and higher. Bro, it literally gets higher the more I pop in and out when I detach from the controller or not. Is it like duplicating the line traces and shit or something when I go in and out? Well, no, I only see one of the line traces. Oh, it's spawning entities still. Wait, how many entities do we have? Oh boy, we've got some fallers. Oh, Jesus. Is it just the entity system? The entity system should be able to handle this. So yeah, Slate is 30 milliseconds. Slate is half of... Then what are... Oh, let me run the task one. Give me the task channel. Are we stuck now? Or are we breakpointed? We were breakpointed. Yeah, we hit a memory issue. Memory allocation issue. Wonderful. Literally doesn't tell me anything about the issue either. Null name. What's happening on the game thread right here? Who'd have guessed it? Slate. It was Slate all along. Pulls mask off Scooby-Doo monster. Yeah, I'll probably have to dig into that some other time. I'm kind of nearing the end of the stream. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours now. It was a good day though. I'm happy, very happy with the progress we got done. I should be able to use that voxel algorithm to build a mesh and to do some really cool stuff. Should we just see if that works real quick? Let's see if that works real quick. Let's just build that dynamic mesh. Result might not be initialized. Okay. I should probably have it pass in. Yeah, I should probably have it pass in a dynamic mesh to add to. That way it doesn't keep creating them. Do we need to return? I don't think so. Don't return anything anymore. Won't need to do that. We will, however, need to... It'll just be like if dynamic mesh. Still run the algorithm just for testing. But if dynamic, if we have one, you know, do the thing. We have one, do the thing. And we need to clear it out before we do it each time. Probably. Isn't there, there's a function for this, right? Empty? No. Yeah, reset. So we'll do that. We'll do that each time. Okay, rebuild that. We'll see if this, we'll see what this mesh ends up looking like. I don't know how I'm actually going to visualize this. Now that I think about it, I'll have to put like a, I'll have to put a, like a material on it or something. But it doesn't have UVs. How am I going to visualize? I'll have to give it collision too, actually. I guess I'll create a dynamic mesh component on the building area. So this is about to get a lot laggier, actually. So yeah, add a dynamic mesh component. Yeah, you don't even have a return value anymore. I don't need to know if it's a valid voxel. We can keep that just off to the side for now. But oh, this needs to be, that can't be blueprint pure anymore. And it should never have been, actually. Rebuild that once again. Okay, let's see. Building area. Yeah, we can get rid of dynamic mesh. Okay, yeah, now do that. And then add the dynamic mesh again, I suppose. I can't do that? Oh, yeah, right, I have to do the get dynamic mesh. Okay, so that's there. We're building the dynamic mesh, and then I suppose this, like, I need to put some settings on here. Wireframe overlay, maybe that's worth checking out. Maybe that'll just, yeah, maybe that'll be good enough. Let's go to the test level real quick so we don't just, like, crash on a bunch of bullshit, you know? Okay. So area dynamic mesh. Are we building? We're like building it every frame, right? Should we? I mean, I should probably only build it if it's changed or something. Or maybe only build it at the, when I click. So I'm just running this algorithm because I just want to see the results. I mean, I don't know, like, just click so that way it's not building it anymore. Dynamic mesh. Oh, it's upside down. Okay. 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 So I'm adding the triangles backwards. Let's just do something like that. That's one. And the scale is off. I need to change the scale of the vertices. Adjacent voxel. And I guess it's taking, because I add scale onto the area. Like, what's the area scale is 25 by 25 by 5. Is that what I want that to be? Did I just happen to do a 25 by 25 by 5? So that's like 1 by 1 meter is the scale. $100 by 100. Oh, and then the tiny one is the, okay. Then this one's scale is 500 by 350. Okay, so I think I need to change the scale too. Like, I need to divide them. I need to divide them by the, which is annoying because then I can't add the voxel like that. We'll have to do that afterwards. T array. Voxels. I'll just say valid voxels. Starting voxel. Okay, and then we get here, and then we need to iterate over voxels.num and then add it to, we need to start at 0 too. So if I greater than 1 or greater than 0, buffers.vertices dot add valid voxels and then we need to like divide by area actor dot get scale 3D, get actor scale 3D. Do that there as well. I think that would be better. I still don't think this is going to be right, but it'll at least be in the same dimensions. Okay, let's restart. Fresh slate here. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where is your dynamic mesh? cannot see it. I see nothing. Is it too small now? Too small. Probably. Probably too small now. I don't know what the dimensions should be. Enable complex collision. Can I see you? Did I even add it? Like, yeah, we are like, let me see what these buffers look like. Let me see the buffer. Show me your buffers. Oh yeah, we're in a very small. We're in a very small scale here. So let's just get rid of the scale and take a look at it again. Maybe scale should. I'll have to look at how I add the buffers to the other one, but I'm pretty sure scale needs to be a part of it somehow. Like I know the data I save is not in the same coordinate space. It does have to do with the scale. And now I can't see it at all. And I guess it was the... I moved +1 to the end. Or to the start. -1, +1, I mean, there's a certain order the triangles need to be in, but... I'm just taking wild guesses, because I'm tired. Am tired. These are like the exact same. These two are the exact same. Yeah, I mean, no wonder. How is that the case? Oh, I need to not start it. Yeah. The starting voxel is already in there. Is it in beta yet? No, it's not. Nice meme. You made good progress today. Yeah, I'm happy about it. This is extra credit now. We're doing some extra credit. Just kind of setting me up for what problems I'll need to solve next stream, I suppose. I mean, I guess I could, like, manually check all of these boxes, right? I could do, like, a bounding box check for everything. It doesn't seem like that would be very efficient. It is technically possible. And I guess I don't actually know. I don't actually know the order, right? I think that's the, like, yeah, how would I tell the order? Because the traversal could happen like in any order, really. Depending on which direction the bounding box is oriented. I know that there are some functions I can probably use, some geometry script voxel functions where you can just add like, you can just like voxelize an area. You streaming tomorrow or you got some parties to go to? Ah, that's a good question. I have some ribs to cook tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll stream. Maybe a little bit in the morning. Maybe just a little bit in the morning. Oh, there it is. There it is. I have no fucking idea why it's over there. Okay, well that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna giddy on up out of here. Who is doing what? Rian. I haven't rated him in quite some time. Rian's working on a pixel game. Very fun to watch. It's like a pixel game, almost like a, not tower defense, but like wave defense type game. I haven't checked in on him in quite some time. So yeah, I'll see you guys all later. Hasty Wasty, good to see you. Who else was in here? Turning Cog, I know. Kindred with the raid. Jed. Let's see. Any other old my chat doesn't scroll up that far anymore. Okay, cool. Well, that's all I can see. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Great stream. This is a good stream. It's a good day. Thank you all for being here and being a part of that. Sovereign, it's good to see you too. Bye, everyone.